Well, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball today here on Q101, KQDJ-FM, Valley City, Jamestown. Ryan Cunningham with you here today from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Normally, Jaden Babiak would be alongside us, but Jaden's on a baseball trip. The Viking baseball team is on its way down to Kansas City as they get ready to play this weekend and continue those outdoor bat sports, trying to warm it up around here. But we're set to go into the deep freeze coming up next week, and that must mean it's getting close to tournament time. And it is. We're down to a couple of weekends left to go, a few weekends left to go as far as regular season basketball is concerned for the North Star Athletic Association. And then it's time to move on to our respective tournaments. And tonight, it'll be the University of Jamestown coming to Valley City to take on the Vikings as part of a conference weekend that will see the Vikings take on the Jimmies and the Dickinson State University Bluehawks, and the Jimmies take on the Vikings and the Mayville State University Comets coming up tomorrow. And this women's matchup should be a really good one. We've split the season series so far this year. The Viking women coming off of their biggest win of the season last week, and perhaps the biggest win that they've had in several years when they defeated Dakota State University, the 6th-ranked team in the country, by a final score of 75-61. The Vikings had a 20-point lead early in that matchup. Watch it fall to 8 before they were able to stabilize and come up with a 14-point victory. But it had been at least 6 years since the Vikings had a win over Dakota State University, and that was the first conference loss that the Trojans took this season. So the Vikings will come into the matchup still in 5th place, and that's because the lid was on the basket against Bellevue the night before in a game the Vikings lost by a score of 60-50. The Jimmies were active just once last weekend, a 78-67 win over the Dickinson State University Bluehawks, their travel partner in what is remaining of the North Star Athletic Association. And that gave the Jimmies a big win to continue their pursuit of Dakota State. And the Vikings helped out the Jimmies a little bit by getting that win over Dakota State last weekend. That ended up pushing the Dakota State University Trojans to a loss in the league, and the Jimmies pulled to within 2 games of Dakota State University in that matchup. So now the Jimmies go on the road, thanking the Vikings for their help last weekend, but also looking to put another loss on Valley City State. Not so much to put a loss on the Vikings, but to put a win in their win total and try to keep the pressure on the Trojans and trying to chase them down for the conference's #1 seed in the tournament. So a lot going on in the women's game. In the men's game, the Vikings may finally be healthy. Last weekend, they were without their leading scorer, Lamar Grayson. They got 1 win out of the deal, but they could not complete the second victory. They were successful in a 68-67 win over Bellevue University on Friday, but on Saturday, they came up empty in their quest for a sweep, beaten by Dakota State by a score of 66-61. And again, neither of those games had their top scorer, Lamar Grayson, in the lineup. So they had to do it with some improvisation, and they were able to be competitive, and we'll see if that helps them take a step. Last week, the first place Dickinson State University Bluehawks gave the Vikings a loss in that match, or I should say rather the Jimmies a loss in their matchup, but the University of Jamestown still in 2nd place in the conference and still trying to hunt a bit, although they'll look at this as kind of must win if they want to keep things moving in the right direction, as the Vikings are in the bottom parts of the conference. So we'll talk more about the standings coming up in our pregame report in just a little bit. For those of you that are on the video side of things tonight, working through a couple of technical issues involving scoring this evening, and if we aren't able to remedy those, then we'll just kind of do the old-fashioned thing for you and tell you what the score is, along with giving you the time left in the matchup, as well as we're having some issues communicating with our scorers table. But at this point, those are either going to be resolved or not. But we're going to continue along with our broadcast tonight. For those of you on the radio side, that doesn't affect you, because we'll be more than happy to keep you entertained with what's going on with this matchup here on the radio broadcast. So stay with us as we get ready for what should be a really good doubleheader. Great rivalry. The rivalry could be coming to a conclusion as the Division II days come near for the University of Jamestown coming up next season. So we savor every minute when the Vikings and Jimmies get together. And tonight we got a pair of them. It's the Vikings and the Jimmies, Valley City State University and the University of Jamestown here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. And we've got more coming up as we continue with our pregame report next. So we invite you to stay with us. This is our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball tonight here on Q101 KQDJ-FM.
We've got the perfect vehicle to get you to every UJ event. Get behind the wheel of a new 2025 Ford F-150 or Ram 1500 and experience peak performance and 4x4 reliability. Need extra rows of seating? Huge stock of new and pre-owned options available now. Don't wait. Get the best trade-in price, unbeatable interest, and the best value since 1941 only at RM Stout Jamestown. Go Jimmies!
Looking for for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News & World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com. Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball tonight here on Q101 KQDJ-FM. Valley City, Jamestown. Ryan Cunningham with you here today from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as we get set for our matchup between the Vikings and Jimmy's here tonight inside conference play. And looking forward to bringing you a doubleheader of really, really good basketball that we have coming up for you here this afternoon and evening from the Fieldhouse in Valley City with the men's matchup coming up. Projected start time 7:30, 5:30. For the women's matchup, we'll have that for you with our starting lineups to be announced here in just a couple of moments. Let's continue with our pregame report. For those of you on the video side, we'll show you the up-to-date standings in the North Star Athletic Association. Those of you on the radio side, we'll take you through it as well with our drive for the title segment. And you can see, for those of you looking at the video screen tonight at newsdakota.com and also on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, that Dakota State University still reigning on top of the pack and still a comfortable lead over really everybody else in the conference as far as trying to clinch that number one spot. Now, there's still time to catch them, but with the University of Jamestown 3 games back, it's one of those things where the Jimmies will have to put their foot on the gas and hope for a little bit of help. Dakota State 17-4 overall this season and a record of 9-1 inside North Star Athletic Association play. They've been very good inside the league. The University of Jamestown 16-5 in the overall campaign, but it shows you how competitive this conference has been. 4 of their 5 losses this year have been in league play. They're 6-4 inside the conference right now. Mayville State University 5-5 in the conference campaign, but 15-7 overall, and they're a team that's been receiving votes throughout the course of the season nationally. Bellevue University is 4-6. Valley City State is 4-6. So right now a tie for 4th place in the NSAA. The Vikings lost down at Bellevue and lost here as well. So right now down tiebreakers, 2 out of 3, meaning they can't really afford to end up in a tie with Bellevue. They've got one more chance to break that tie coming up at Bellevue University on Friday. And then Dickinson State 2-8 as far as the league is concerned, and currently 7-14 inside conference play. Vikings to watch tonight. Coming into the night, we see Ellie Broughton popping up on our list after a very good weekend last weekend. She played all 40 minutes against Dakota State University. And Ellie Broughton, back at the beginning of conference play, had lost a little confidence, was a bit shaky, didn't play a lot of minutes against Bellevue University. And they use a plus-minus system for scoring at Bellevue that's similar to hockey. For those of you that are familiar with hockey and the plus-minus, if your team scores a goal while you're on the ice, whether you were part of it or not, you get a +1. If a team scores against you while you were on the ice, whether you were part of them scoring or not, you get a -1. Well, they did something similar with Bellevue in basketball, and the plus-minus was hugely in favor of the Vikings when Ellie Broughton was on the floor. When she was not commanding that team as a point guard, things began to really go sideways. So the Vikings need quality minutes from Ellie Broughton. She's seen that message throughout the course of the year, or at least heard it. And coming into that matchup against Dakota State, she worked all 47.7 defensive rebounds as a point guard, which was a huge deal when Dakota State was missing threes, and had a really good weekend for the Vikings last week. Abby Osleson, her parents are here tonight, had the chance to meet them. 14.6 points per game in her freshman year, 6.1 rebounds a contest as well. And then, of course, Ashlyn Deemert, and Jimmy fans that are watching tonight, they know all about her after she went off for 11 three-pointers and 11 tries over at Newman Arena earlier this season when the Vikings played the Jimmies over at the University of Jamestown. As far as the Jimmies to watch tonight, Kate Cordes has continued to be the straw that stirs the drink for the University of Jamestown. 20.3 points per game, having a terrific season. Also 5.2 rebounds per game. And here's one thing about the Jimmies that will really sort of make a lot of believers out of people if you're a UJ fan. Their next two leading scorers both play off the bench. Jessica Lofstrom did not start in the matchup against Dickinson State last week, but averages 8 points per game and could come off the bench or start tonight. And Jaden Wiest does not start either, and yet Jaden Wiest 8 points per game and just 21 minutes per game so far this year. So the University of Jamestown, weapons in the starting five, but also weapons coming off the bench, and you could say their second and third scorers are role players off the bench right now, meaning that obviously Kate Cordes has a chance to go do the things that she wants to do, but this University of Jamestown team is very comfortable turning it over to her benchmates as well when they need some things to happen. Those are the players to watch that we have for you this evening here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as we get set to get this one started tonight. We've got our national anthem. We'll be announcing our starting lineups here in just a couple of moments. We invite you to stay with us from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse here at Valley City State University. It's the Vikings and the Jimmies once again tonight here on Q101 KQDJ-FM.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page?
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering, we have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
You're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
The Valley City State University Pep Band is in the house this evening. They performed our national anthem tonight. We welcome you back to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse and our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball tonight here on Q101, KQDJ-FM. The Vikings and the Jimmies renew their rivalry once again this evening in a matchup that we're looking forward to between these two teams that are great rivals with one another. And tonight, the Vikings looking to try to catch that Bellevue University Bruin team for a chance at a home game inside the North Star Athletic Association tournament. Need to be in the top 4 in order to get it done. And for the University of Jamestown, trying to hold ground to the 2 spot, see if they can get some help, and try to take on that number 1 spot in the league if they can catch Dakota State. Let's take a look at our starting lineups for tonight's matchup. Starting lineups, first of all, for the visitors, the University of Jamestown Jimmies. The guards are Kate Cordes, a 5'8 junior from Shakopee, Minnesota. Kate Busick, a 5'9 senior from Fargo, North Dakota. And also at guard tonight, at center tonight, my apologies, will be Megan Oswald, a senior at 5'9. Correction, they have 3 forwards in the lineup tonight. They had told us one was going to play in the post position, but they seem to have made a change here. So let's go with this. Samantha Paulson in the middle, 5'11 sophomore from Zimmerman, Minnesota. And the forwards, Megan Oswald, a 5'9 senior from Brownsdale, Minnesota. And Hannah Hoggle, a 5'11 senior from Carrington, North Dakota. Thad Sankey in his 4th year as the head coach of the University of Jamestown, bringing his team to the field house tonight. For the Vikings, the guards are Elise Hebrink, a 5'5 senior from Austin, Minnesota. Ellie Broughton, a 5'3 sophomore from West Hope, North Dakota. And Ashlyn Deemer, a 5'9 senior from West Fargo, North Dakota. The forwards tonight, Abby Osleeson, a 6-foot freshman from Howard, South Dakota. And J.C. Richter, a 5'7 junior from Linton, North Dakota. Vanessa Johnson in her 8th season as the head coach of Viking women's basketball. Those are your starting lineups that we have for you tonight. And for those of you on the video side, thankfully, it seems like just in the nick of time, the scoreboard situation resolved itself. That's good news. We were kind of waiting anxiously to see whether or not that would take care of things. We had quite a few, I guess, nervous moments trying to figure out what the right troubleshooting was. And I guess in the long run, all we had to do was wait. Abby Osleeson will take the jump versus Hannah Hoggle. Osleeson for the Vikings, Hoggle for the Jimmies, and the Jimmies will have the opening control of the basketball tonight as they move left to right for those of you on the radio side this evening. Kate Busick is tied up by Ellie Broughton on the top of the key. Looks to the high post for Hoggle, who will take the drive right. Backs into Osleeson, then fades away and scores. Good take to the basket by Hannah Hoggle on her first opportunity to touch tonight. And it's 2-0 in favor of the University of Jamestown. Jimmy's going to match up defensively. A handoff on some flex in the top of the key for Ashlyn Diemert, and now Elise Hebrink on the right wing. Hebrink a stop, Diemert flashes high, takes the basketball and works to the right side on the dribble. Stop on the right elbow, back to the near side. Broughton took a look at a three, pulls it back, drives her way in. Little dribble drive, got Osleson open. She'll score off the glass. Abby Osleson with the dribble drive from Ellie Broughton. Give Broughton the assist. Osleson with a bucket. And we're tied at 2 early in the opening quarter of basketball. A drive and Hoggle gets blocked by Osleson. Osleson goes up, challenges the shot, and knocks it away, and the Vikings are back into the front court with the basketball. Osleson versus Hoggle on the right block. The turn, a fall away on the baseline, trickles off. Kate Cordes with the rebound for the University of Jamestown. And a long pass up the floor. They got Hoggle in transition. She'll score and go to the foul line. That's a long stretch pass up the floor that Hoggle will score on, and you can see the strategy for the University of Jamestown almost right away. The Jimmies going right after Abby Osleson. We've seen a lot of this the last few weeks where Osleson's been the target inside early. She picked up the foul as well. We're going to see a lane violation against Hoggle on the foul shot, so that will not go down. But as we take a look at that on our newsdakota.com replay, you just see that right away they go looking up the floor, and they're able to get after Hoggle on that long stretch pass. She got a step behind, and they've been going into Hoggle a lot throughout the course of the night, have the University of Jamestown. A step in by Richter trying to work around pressure on the post. She'll fall away off the glass and score. Richter, little dribble drive, got inside of Megan Oswald, and J.C. Richter has her first 2. We're tied at 4. A step left side of the floor for Samantha Paulson for the Jimmies. She'll send it to the right corner. Kate Busick up to the foul line. Defended by Diemert. The ball comes back to Oswald in the right corner. Back on top, Busick working right, hard take to the basket, left it strong. Hoggle with the offensive rebound against Osleson. Now Hoggle turning on the baseline. Back to Busick, a right corner 3 is good. Correction, Samantha Paulson hitting the 3. My apologies, folks. Paulson knocks down the 3-point shot. That'll make it 7-4. UJ with a 3-point lead. The Vikings have yet to lead tonight. Diemert to look, off to Hebrink on the top of the key. They want high-low, it's covered. Broughton will come back to the left side with a basketball. Works her way in the lane, kicks out to Hebrink. Head fake, drew a defender. Dribble drive again. Osleson to the basket will score for a second time. The dribble drive drawing the defender on the help side defense, and Osleson will score. Backdoor cut, Paulson inside. Shot rejected. Osleson goes up and blocks it for the Vikings. Vikings down 1 at 7-6 with 2.5 minutes gone by here in the opening quarter. Head fake by Hebrink, a spin with the basketball to her left hand. A stop, bounce pass back to the top for Diemert. Diemert will take hard off the left side of the floor. Reversal back to the top. Richter will pull the trigger for 3. That nibbles off the front of the rim. And a rebound to Kate Busick for the University of Jamestown. Jimmy's into the front court, leading by 1 at 7-6. Cordes a behind the back dribble. Oswald cuts to the basket, got to the glass and scores. Megan Oswald with her first 2, and the speed of the University of Jamestown is beginning to catch up with the Viking women just a little bit. You can see that UJ crisp early offensively, and those first steps are beating some defenders. A step by Richter trying to curl around Oswald. This time Oswald bodies up with her in a travel, coming up against J.C. Richter trying to find her way to the post. 9-6 Jimmies with 6:45 to play here in the opening quarter. UJ will go to the bench. Jessica Lofstrom, 6-foot freshman out of Grand Rapids, Minnesota. We mentioned second leading scorer on the team. Coming in off the bench, and Jaden Wiest, 5'3" freshman out of Mandan, North Dakota, makes her first appearance as well. So their second and third scorers coming into the matchup on their first rotation. Ball on the left side of the floor with Kate Busick for the Jimmies. Busick off to Oswald, now matching up inside of Osleson, turned around her. Turns it back to the left wing for Busick. Had an angle but didn't decide to go. Lofstrom a kick out. Wiest to right corner 3. That's off the front of the rim. And a long rebound to Ashley Diemert in the lane for Valley City State. Vikings still down 3 and back into the front court. A stop by Diemert, working right side, finding Ellie Broughton. Broughton took a look at Hebrink, takes the dribble that direction. Hebrink set kind of a bluff screen to try to open things up. Richter crossover inside, dumping for Osleson in the lane. Osleson trying to work back to the basket, has the ball knocked loose. Got it back, it turns it back to Broughton with only 5 seconds to shoot. Back into Osleson, left block. Osleson driving, tried to scoop with the buzzer winding down. No chance to get a shot away cleanly for the Vikings. The Jimmies come away with the basketball. Busick right side, Lofstrom on the baseline, defended to the baseline, the blocking foul coming up against Ashlyn Diemert. Be the second foul against the Vikings, the first on Diemert. And Ellie Powell will be the first rotation player tonight for the Vikings. Powell coming in, 5'11 sophomore from Bowman, North Dakota. Been near the top of the rotation list. They're very high on what Ellie Powell did as far as the work in the offseason, but she got sidelined a bit by an injury that took her out for 6 weeks to begin the year. We'll see a foul away from the basketball against Jessica Lofstrom. Lofstrom being called for her first, trying to set a screen for UJ. And the Vikings get the basketball back with 5.5 to play in the opening quarter. Still leading, or rather trailing, by 3. Diemert right side to Hebrink. A look towards Richter in the corner, but Hebrink will hold the basketball. High pass to Broughton on the left wing. Powell sets a screen to open up Broughton to the right. Kick out towards the right corner. 3 on the way by J.C. Richter. Strong. Busick reaches out for the rebound for the University of Jamestown. Court is pushing tempo. Wiest in the left corner will travel. Correction, Wiest stepped on the far boundary. Result the same, turnover. Ball goes back into the hands of the Vikings. Still a 9-6 matchup, so after a quick start offensively, really for both teams, certainly for the Jimmies, things have really slowed down as of late. Diemert, a lot of dribbling against Wiest. Reverses top of the key, finding Richter, who's got a dribble drive coming. Rubs Oswald out of the way and left a shot strong. An offensive board to Ellie Powell. The Vikings go back to work. Broughton, left corner 3, hits it. The game is tied. Ellie Broughton stepping into a left corner 3. Vikings tie up the Jimmies at 9 apiece. Broughton hit a couple of those against Dakota State and to loosen things up. And here's another illegal screen coming up against the University of Jamestown. And Jessica Lofstrom has her second. We'll see if we can see what she did here. Lofstrom looked very surprised that she was called. Just a little bit of a move there, and not sure if that typically would garner the whistle, but that's going to be called tonight now, called for a second time. And so the Vikings will take advantage of the miscue and will do 2 things. They get the basketball back and Lofstrom in foul trouble. Take to the basket by Broughton. That'll draw a foul against Kate Busick. Busick will pick up her first personal foul. And the Jimmies now with 3 in the corner, meeting 1 left to give before the penalty. In the meantime, Ellie Broughton will go to the foul line for the Vikings. And Broughton has struggled a bit from the line this season. First on the way is good for Ellie. Broughton now with 4. And the Vikings take their first lead by a score of 10-9. Long wait for Broughton to get her hands back on the basketball. And number 2 is on the way, and Broughton knocks them both down. Nice work from the foul line for Ellie Broughton. And now we'll have an official stoppage. Steve Olson, the events manager here for the Vikings, stepping out to the scorer's table. And I'm not sure if we have a media timeout or if we just have an officials timeout here as to what's going on, but there is a conversation going on between our 3 officials and our events manager. I was not told we would have a media stoppage in the quarter at all tonight, and there is no other media here, so I got to assume this is something that they're trying to fix. Going through it here, they'll just kind of give you a look in on the game. Vikings taking their first lead at 11-9. Ellie Broughton with a 3 and a pair of foul shots as the difference so far after the Jimmy started hot. Hannah Hoggle with a couple of buckets early for UJ that gave them an offensive lift. And to go back to that, what we saw happening in the early going, we've seen a lot of teams go after Abby Osleeson. She's the freshman. Osleeson has been a good scorer, and teams are beginning to defend her up now a little bit, and they're also trying to take advantage of maybe a little lack of experience for Abby Osleeson. She's held her own against teams game planning against her, but in the very early going, every possession was going right at the middle for the Jimmies against the Vikings. Jimmies with the basketball out of the timeout. Ball with Wiest in the right corner. She'll reverse it back to Megan Oswald on the top of the key. Back to Wiest, a head fake. Deep 3 by Busick. She'll pull it back. Portis will take the deep 3, and it comes up short. Ellie Powell comes down with the rebound for the Vikings. Vikings want to push tempo. It's Diemert taking the ball from Hebrink. Diemert taking a baseline move, drives, left one well short, trying to kind of go teardrop on that. Jalen Martinson, who checked in for the Jimmies on the timeout, 5'9" senior out of Devil's Lake in. Megan Oswald to the glass, scoring another stretch play. Megan Oswald with 4. High-low stretch for UJ. They've looked for it a lot tonight, and that will tie the game. The Vikings and Jimmies even at 11 apiece. Right corner, drive by Ellie Broughton, may have been touched, going to get a foul call. Foul's going to go against Jaden Wiest. That will be the 4th against UJ. So the Vikings enjoyed the penalty for 3 minutes and 44 seconds of the opening quarter. And if you're the Vikings, well, you take advantage of this opportunity if you can, obviously. Chance to get to the foul line in a tight game, that this could be very meaningful in these types of moments at the end of a quarter. Ball with Diemert, little double team against her. Diemert loses the basketball on the way down the floor. Loose basketball to Wiest. Good defense from Oswald coming out to force her. And now Wiest picking up the dribble, flying for three, and a double kisses in. Confident shot from the wing for Jaden Wiest, just kind of picking up the dribble and sending it through. Gets a little kiss off the rim as well. Lead to the Jimmies once again. It's now 14-11, University of Jamestown. Diemert stepping back to take a handoff from Ellie Broughton. And Cordes right on Ashlyn Diemert after that last shooting performance against the Jimmies. They will not let Diemert breathe. Madison Spacier takes a three and hits it. Big three for Madison Spacier. Just teched into the game a moment ago. Spacier coming in, 5'11" junior forward out of Watford City. Hits a three to tie the game at 14 apiece. Wiest reversing top of the key to Megan Oswald. Off to the left wing for Holly Savala, 5'7" freshman from Mountain Iron, Minnesota. Baseline jumper for Cordes that won't fall. She went looking for a foul, didn't get the call. The Vikings want to push. Ball up the floor with Elise Hebrink, spinning in the corner. Stop and a reversal to Broughton. Now on top to Diemert. Diemert taking a hard move inside, trying to drive against Sarah Lenz. Kick out towards the near side of the floor. Ball picked up with Hebrink. Shot clock half expired. Diemert drives opposite of screen, gets surrounded by three defenders, got to the glass and missed it, and the rebound's out of bounds off of Jimmy. They're going to say last touch by Megan Oswald on the near side. Lenz checking in for the Jimmies as well, 5'7" senior from Belle Plaine, Minnesota. And we'll see Hannah Hoggle return. Samantha Paulson will return as well. Wiest and Cordes will sit down. First shift for Kate Cordes, played nearly 8 minutes of the opening quarter to start the game, did not score. That's a good result for the Vikings. Broughton left corner, quick throw on a three, missed it. And a rebound to Hoggle inside for the University of Jamestown. Hoggle had a good start for the Jimmies offensively to start the game. 2 minutes to go in the opening quarter. We're tied at 14 between the Vikings and Jimmies. Wiest looking off to the top of the key. Hoggle against Ellie Powell, the kick out. Three out of the right corner by Lenz is good. Wide open three. Sarah Lenz knew exactly what she was going to do with it as well. When she got that, she was looking to shoot in rhythm. Does. That makes it 17-14 Jimmies. Powell a fall away. Missed it. And that's one thing the Vikings don't want to see from Ellie Powell. They want to see her go to the basket with that. Got a big frame. She has a chance to be physical. And the fall away is something they're trying to sort of coach out of her as she goes along. Ball looking inside. Spacier challenges a post-entry pass to Oswald and will be called for a foul. Spacier with her first. And Abby Osleson will check back in. We'll also see Kate Busick return for the Jimmies. It'll be Wiest that sits for the Jimmies, and Ellie Powell will sit for the Vikings. And right now, you're seeing Vanessa Johnson and Ellie Powell talk on the sideline as soon as they saw that shot from Ellie Powell. Vanessa Johnson wants to remind Ellie, go to the basket. You've got that reach, you've got that frame, and when she figures it out, she's going to be a very potent force. Hoggle a ball fake right after Osleson. Ball slipped out of her hand. She was able to go get it. A kick out to the left wing. Busick on the way for three. That one comes up short, and Osleson has the rebound for Valley City State. 1:10 to play. Quick stretch play up the floor. Spacier in the high-low. Hesitation, got a defender in there, and then Hoggle got back and blocked the shot. Wow. Hannah Hoggle has been the player of the opening quarter for UJ, getting back to defend that when she was beaten defensively. Now Hoggle in the post entry. Osleson challenges it, takes it away from Hoggle, and the Vikings will take it back on a turnover. 50 seconds to play opening quarter, and a foul coming up as Osleson was taking a post entry, and Hoggle's going to be called for her first. That'll result in foul shots for Abby Osleson. Take a look at our NewsDakota.com replay for those of you. Oh, well, we apologize. We lost our replay momentarily as well. We'll get that back for you. But Hannah Hoggle with a very nice first quarter of basketball. That's what we were going to show you there. We'll have that for you coming up at halftime. Osleson misses on the front end of two shots. That was the fifth foul against the Jimmies in the opening quarter. So the Vikings shooting the penalty. And like we mentioned, these are valuable opportunities from the foul line. Second foul shot for Osleson is good. Abby Osleson with 5. And the Jimmy lead has been trimmed to 2. 17-15 with 45 seconds left to go in the opening quarter of basketball. We'll see what the Jimmies draw. Cordes drifting towards the left wing. A stop into Hoggle. High left post. She'll work to Busick, back to Hoggle across the lane, and one. Hannah Hoggle will get to the basket and score and draw contact in the middle of the lane from Ashlyn Diemert, and that'll be Diemert's second foul for the Vikings. That's a well-executed play that the Jimmies put together for Hannah Hoggle. Take a look at that again in the newsdakota.com replay, and you'll see just a great play across the lane here. It starts coming back with Hoggle inside. You'll see the draw from Busick, and then Hoggle just finishing strong, going right up against the traffic and scoring. And she finishes the bonus foul shot as well. Hannah Hoggle with a three-point play. That will give her 7 points in the opening quarter. The lead is 5 for the Jimmies at 20-15. And now the Vikings turned over in transition as we saw Olivia Backus trying to kick the ball inside. A play down low for Hoggle that gets deflected off the wing. The Vikings come back to it and get the turnover back. Olivia Backus, 5'6" sophomore from Sandy, Utah, coming in for the first time in the guard position. And the Vikings play for the final possession of the opening quarter. Step right side by Broughton. Hard take to the basket, missed it strong. Loose basketball to Paulson, and a baseball throw up the floor that clears the backboard and ends up no good, and that'll be the end of the opening quarter of play. Jimmies with a good burst at the end, able to take a 20-15 lead over the Vikings at the end of a quarter as we come back with second quarter basketball from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse next. This is our coverage of Viking basketball and Jimmy basketball on Q101 KQDJ-FM.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball. Q101, KQDJ-FM. Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Vikings and Jimmies at the end of a quarter with a 5-point University of Jamestown lead at 20-15. Numbers from the end of the opening quarter. The Jimmies shot 53% the opening quarter. The Vikings just 31%. 2 of 5 from the three-point line for the Vikings. 3 of 6 for the Jimmies in the same respect. The Jimmies will be on defense and force a turnover to start the second quarter. And once again, they try to stretch the play with Samantha Paulson, but pass too strong to her, and it will go back to the Vikings on a turnover. The Jimmies are credited with 6 turnovers in the opening quarter, the Vikings with 3, so not a clean first quarter for the Jimmies, and nonetheless, they come out of it with a 5-point lead thanks to Hannah Hoggle being strong, efficient, and just a great scorer. We'll see a ball out of bounds as Elise Hebring tried to cut the baseline and stepped on the boundary, and this will go back to UJ. Thad Sankey walking the floor in front of the UJ bench, coaching things up as the Jimmies get back into their front court for their next possession. Ball taken by Busick into the front, looking at Kate Cordes on the left elbow. Cordes to drive, bank shot off the glass, no good. That was one number that stood out. Kate Cordes did not score in the first 10 minutes of basketball for the University of Jamestown, their leading scorer at 20 points a game. Osselson in the lane against Hoggle. Double pivot, tried to get her to fall loose, and in the end, the ball gets stripped away. Samantha Paulson comes away with the takeaway for the Jimmies. UJ back in the front court looking to go up 3 possessions. Oswald looking down low to Hoggle. Ball's on the floor. Going to see a held ball. The Jimmies will have the advantage of the arrow. A lot of dribble, drive, and draw. Both teams really trying to attack the other's posts throughout that first quarter. There were a handful of threes taken on both sides, but neither team really wanted to go out of it just testing from the perimeter. They both made a concerted effort to get underneath the basket in the first 10 minutes of play. Busick left wing getting a screen, driving left to stop on the baseline. Reversal to Paulson, one-handed catch and throw, and was able to direct that to Megan Oswald. Back to the top, we'll see Cordes driving with a shot clock winding down, and Cordes with a teardrop off the glass for her first 2. The Jimmies take a 22-15 lead over the Vikings. Valley City State back up front, Richter. Stepping right, got in the lane. Draws the crowd defensively. Turn, bump on Oswald, fall away short. Rebound to Hagel. And now the Jimmies have a chance to go up by 10 points. A three-point play would put them up double figures, and Paulson wants it. 3 on the way, rolls off, no good. Osleson a rebound that Busick had in her hands and couldn't control for the Jimmies. Vikings back up the floor, down 7. A look by Broughton, handing off to J.C. Richter. Richter's had a couple of looks to try to get started tonight, but hasn't been able to find the offensive look. Spacer to the right corner for Broughton. A jab step and a dribble drive. Osleson on the foul line, driving, using the back glass for some help, and ends up banking it a bit steep. Rebound to Paulson, and the Jimmies back up front as the Vikings cold offensively to start the second quarter. Hagel, hard take, spin move to the left, now falling away on Osleson. They're going to get her for a foul. Abby Osleson with her second. Osleson being held on the floor momentarily by Ellie Broughton, but Abby knows with 2, that's the end of the opening half, likely for her, and that's a big foul for the Jimmies to get as Osleson goes to the bench with 7:43 to play until halftime. The Jimmies do send in Holly Savala. I entered her earlier than we should have, a 5'7" freshman from Mountain Iron, Minnesota. She gets in now for the first time. I had her and Sarah Lenz confused. My apologies for that. Hagel hits her 8th as she knocks down the front end for UJ. And we'll see Jaden Wiest returning as well for the University of Jamestown. Second foul shot is good for Hagel. That gives her 9. And Hagel will be relieved by Jalen Martinson for the University of Jamestown. 24-15, Vikings need some offense. The Jimmies smothering Valley City State in these first 2.5 minutes of the second quarter. Hebrink off the right side, working right corner to Ellie Broughton. Couple of jab steps, now she'll take the 3. It's good. Ellie Broughton out of the corner. Didn't have much to do with the basketball, decides to take a shot, scores it. Vikings cut the Jimmy lead to 6 at 24-18. A stop on the way up the floor for Jaden Wiest. She'll curl to Martinson. Back out left side. Wiest catch and shoot 3. Rolls in and out. Had a rebound. Ellie Broughton, loose ball style. Had 7 defensive rebounds against Dakota State last Saturday when the Vikings got the big upset win. Hebrink, a reversal top of the key for Richter. Back to Hebrink. Couple of jab steps for Hebrink. Working left. Curls back near side for Broughton. She's going to take a 3 from the left wing this time. Filling up again. Ellie Broughton finding her way to a couple of three-point shots for Valley City State. And Broughton now with an 11-point first half. A step in, hard take to the basket by Busick, surrounded by help side. Out to Cordes and a 3 off the heel of the rim. Powell had her hands on the rebound, and Elise Hebrink comes slashing back into the play to grab the rebound for Valley City State. Hebrink crossover, dishes to Diemert, and right in her grill is Busick defensively. Diemert a drive into the lane, stop and reversal back to the top for Ellie Broughton. Broughton running away from traffic, teardrop left short, and this time it'll be covered underneath for the Jimmies by Holly Savala. Jimmies back into the front court. Busick with the basketball left wing. The Jimmies lead by 3. 3 on the way by Martinson is off the front of the rim. Rather Savala. It's Martinson that got the rebound. Count it. No, it won't go down. Boy, oh boy, Jalen Martinson was this close to a three-point opportunity for UJ. That rimmed in and out, but she'll go to the foul line as the Vikings will have a foul on Ellie Powell, her first. Cordes momentarily out back in for UJ, and we'll see the re-entry of Jessica Lostrom for the Jimmies as well. First foul shot for Martinson will not fall. A 9-player rotation for the Jimmies against Dickinson State last Friday. Tonight so far, we're looking at 10 as Savala gets into the game. Sarah Lenz with her minutes that she got early in this second quarter, moving it out towards the 10-player spot. Drive by Diemert in the lane, cuts through a defender, but left a shot short, and then it ends up out of bounds off of the rebound. Ellie Powell touching it last. The Jimmies will get it back. 25-21, your score. Under 6 to play in the opening half of basketball, and Olivia Backus dashing to the scorer's table to try to get in to relieve Ashlyn Diemert. Vikings in a tough spot here, having to play these final long minutes of the opening half of play without Abby Osleson, who got that second foul and is currently bench-ridden with some foul trouble right now. Ball off towards the right side. It's picked up. Elise Hebrink driving to the basket. She'll score. 25-23, Elise Hebrink with her first 2. And the Jimmies are back into the front court. Cordes taking a three, left it short. Offensive rebound to Wiest on the top of the key. She'll work back towards the right. Wiest to stop. Back to the top of the key now for Holly Savala. Back to Cordes from 14. Did Cordes travel? She did. Kate Cordes going to be called for a walk. And the Vikings continue to kind of hold Kate Cordes in at least, I guess, a containment that you probably didn't expect. 20.3 points per game score. Here's Hebrink launching for three. That's off the heel. An offensive rebound and a putback for J.C. Richter will score. Richter now with 4, and the game is tied at 25 apiece with just under 5 to play in the opening half, and we'll see a foul called against, I believe, Ellie Powell. No, it will not be Ellie Powell. It'll be Ellie Broughton challenging for a loose basketball. Inbounds play will come in from Wiest for the Jimmies. Wiest taking a look. Cordes cuts baseline, in some trouble. Tried to wrap it around out to the perimeter, and Olivia Backus knocked the ball out of bounds on a entry pass for the Jimmies. And Hannah Hoggle, who has been probably the most consistent player tonight for the University of Jamestown, will make her way back onto the floor. Cordes will inbound off the far side of the floor. 4:50 to play, opening half, and we're even at 25 apiece. Hoggle flashing open on the trigger. She'll work it to Kate Cordes on the top. Crossover dribble. Cordes spinning back to Hoggle, cutting through the lane. This time challenged by Richter, and she'll score off the glass. 11 points now for Hannah Hoggle, and the Vikings have not had an answer for the young lady out of Carrington, North Dakota so far tonight. Vikings down 2, 27-25. A drive inside by Broughton, trying to go reverse layup, and a foul is called. Holly Savala coming over trying to challenge, and Savala is going to be called for the foul. And we'll see Ellie Broughton going to the foul line to take a pair of foul shots. Already 11 points for Ellie Broughton tonight. 3 3-pointers in the first half, and that's latest foul shot. Rolls around and won't find its way. Still a 2-point lead for the Jimmies at 27-25. This has been the part of the game that's been challenging for Ellie Broughton from the foul line. That one comes up short. However, the rebound tipped out of bounds by Lostrom of UJ, and the Vikings will at least have an offensive possession coming back out of it. So the Vikings get a chance to go to work offensively after a turnover of sorts. Rebound that was kind of sealed off for the Jimmies, and they just couldn't get to it. Backus, a jump stop and a hard take to the basket, will score. What a play for Olivia Backus, just jump stopping through a pair of defenders and coming up with a roll off the glass. That's a really nice play for Olivia Backus, and the Vikings have tied the game again at 27, and here's a blocking foul coming up as a drive to the basket will end up knocking Ellie Broughton to the floor. Hard contact was taken there by Powell, I believe Broughton, from Jessica Lostrom. Boy, you don't appreciate that 6-foot frame until you see Lostrom do something like that. Then you begin to understand that, wow, that is a big deal. That was a hard body that was just thrown into Ellie Broughton. Broughton didn't have much of a chance to recover. Lostrom will shoot. First is on the way and good. They'll say that Lostrom was on the shot, so she gets 2, and that was also the 4th foul against the Vikings in the second quarter. And the second foul shot is good as well. That means the Jimmies will enjoy the penalty now for the remainder of the opening half. Backus looking near side for Elise Hebrink. Hebrink with a basketball, back to Olivia Backus, driving left side. Backus hard take, got to the window, but misses strong. And a rebound off the far side for the Jimmies from Holly Savala. Wiest into the front court, Lostrom, Savala on the top of the key, off for Cordes. They look into Hoggle. Hoggle backing down, turning on Powell. Nothing they can do but foul. Ellie Powell will have 2. And now, as you kind of start to look at this as a hack-a-shack type of thing here, you're looking at a situation where you're going to have to try to, kind of, I guess, manage who's going to take the hacks on Hannah Hoggle. The first is good for Hoggle. She's been an unstoppable force tonight. In transition, set plays, cuts across the paint. I mean, she's just been a really, really good player. First was good for Hoggle. Second one on the way will not fall. And a rebound to J.C. Richter for Valley City State. Vikings trail by 3 to the Jimmies, 30-27. Off the right side with Ashlyn Deemer. Spacier looking near side for Elise Hebrink out of the corner. Hebrink taking a look. Comes back top of the key. Richter into Tilda Maritzen and back off to Olivia Backus. Back to Maritzen, trying to step through a defender. Angle was cut off. Good move by Cordes. Back into Maritzen on a dribble drive. Hagel bodies up on Maritzen, and Maritzen hits the fall away. Tilda Maritzen knocks down her first two. Good looking play for the Vikings. They have to settle for the fall away, but they get it. And the Vikings trail by one by a score of 30-29. Ball top of the key. Kate Cordes for three, drains it. And we'll see a foul, actually a timeout taken by the University of Jamestown. It'll be a 30-second timeout as Kate Cordes gets her second bucket of the game. So Kate Cordes knocking down a big shot for the University of Jamestown in a moment where the Jimmies needed an opportunity to try to get something moving. Under 3 to play now in the opening half, and it's 33-29 in favor of the University of Jamestown over Valley City State. Men's game is on the way, coming up at halftime. We'll take a look at some of the highlights that we've had from the opening half, so stay with us in our halftime report for those of you on the video side. Again, you can catch the video coverage of this matchup. For those of you on radio, you want to take this into your home on video, you can do that by accessing newsdakota.com on your smart device's browser and then pulling in the window that's underneath the video stream. And where you'll find that, look underneath sports, look underneath the video link, and you'll find tonight's video tab. You can also find it at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Hebrink in the left corner for the Vikings. Backing her way in, kick back to Backus, rotating from the left wing down to the basket, and a shot was blocked by guess who, Hannah Hagel, and then Hagel saves a ball in bounds athletically. Here come the Jimmies in transition. Paulson on the left baseline, into Hagel and back out. Catch and shoot three on the way for Busick is strong. However, Hagel comes down with a rebound on the perimeter. Hagel driving on Maritzen. Ball got loose, and we'll see a foul. I think they're going to ticket J.C. Richter stepping in to try to disrupt that dribble. Nope. They're going to get Tilda Maritzen for her first foul. So Tilda Maritzen will be called for her first contact of the night. And now the penalty comes into play for the Jimmies, who lead by 4. Hannah Hagel's back at the foul line. First good. Hannah Hagel, 5'11 senior, Carrington, North Dakota. Very good high school career for the Cardinals and has really optimized every moment that she's played at the University of Jamestown. She may have been a little overlooked coming off of that Cardinals basketball team, but the Jimmies got a prize when they got her, and she has really stood up to it. Samantha Paulson forces a ball away from Olivia Backus as the Vikings turn it over, coming back up in transition, and Ellie Broughton, who was out after the contact that she took on that big hit with Jessica Lofstrom, going to pop back to the table. Hagel has one knocked away by Tilda Maritzen. The ball goes loose. Paulson launches for three. It's off the front of the rim. Rebound deflected to the perimeter. Backus was able to save it in bounds, but it's Busick that got it for the Jimmies. And a kick for three from Lofstrom that won't fall. Hagel an offensive rebound. She'll score again. Hannah Hagel with an O board and stick back. And Hagel now with 9 in the frame. That will give her 16 for the opening half. The lead is 8 at 37-29. Jimmies. Left corner, ball with J.C. Richter. Spinning her way into the lane. Will pull up from 6 and score. Richter with 6. Vikings needed that, and now we'll see a timeout taken by Valley City State. It'll be a 30-second timeout. And Ellie Broughton going to step back onto the floor to check in, but as Broughton came in, she was continuing to hold her right hand up against her midsection. She took a big pop from Jessica Lofstrom earlier in the game, and when she took that hit, she got knocked clean down and came out of the game at that point and has not returned since. But after the previous turnover by the Vikings, they need their point guard back into the game, so they quickly rotated Ellie Broughton to the table, and Broughton is still holding her midsection. She's clearly uncomfortable. We're going to watch rather closely to see how Ellie Broughton stands up to what's going to happen here over these next couple of minutes. After the bucket by J.C. Richter, the Jimmy lead is trimmed to 6, 37-31 with 1:25 left to go in the opening half. Ball comes top of the key for Hagel. So work off to Lofstrom, Paulson, left side Kate Cordes, a ball fake into Hoggle trying to back down Maritson. Ball back to the right corner, Lofstrom cut across the paint with a left hand. A kick out to Busick and a three. Busick ends up empty, and a rebound deflected by Lofstrom that should result in a foul as Lofstrom ended up on the back of Madison Spacier. That'll be the call. And Lofstrom has now committed her third personal foul. Thad Sankey not exactly happy about what went on there, and he's really given a riot act to the official here, but it did appear that Lofstrom certainly had some contact. Whether or not it was enough to warrant the foul, you want to give the athletic player and the bigger player, and again, Lofstrom's 6 feet tall, and so you've got that opportunity to get up and over a back cleanly instead of being on one. Ball on the right side taken by Elise Hebrink. J.C. Richter driving in, tripped on the way across. And Richter is going to get ready for an inbounds play. That'll be the fourth against the Jimmies, not the fifth. My apologies. Megan Oswald has her first tonight for UJ.
Got to work on Schumacher now.
Inbounds play will come in from the Vikings in the form of Ellie Broughton. Broughton finding J.C. Richter left corner. A step in the lane. Turn to back top of the key for Spacier. High-low game with Maritson, and Maritson had the ball pop loose and a very late whistle. Going to result in the foul against Hannah Hoggle. Hoggle's second. And now both teams are in the penalty for the final seconds of the first half. You know, a lot of times throughout the course of a season, you won't, oh no, they're going to say that's the fourth. I looked at the scoreboard. Well, the scorer's table was indicating that it was 5. Now the scorer's table is indicating that it's the fourth. And Jalen Martinson is going to pop in to take the spot of Hannah Hoggle, who's got 2 fouls. The Jimmies would like to get Hoggle out of the game for the final 42.7 to make sure she doesn't pick up a third whistle. Ball on the top of the key with Elise Hebrink got the inbounds play. Hebrink into Maritson trying to cut through a double team. That's been the game plan, but the Jimmies have sealed off that baseline. Maritson ends up turning it over. And with 30 seconds left in the opening half, the Jimmies are in the front court leading by 6. Kate Cordes off the left corner of the front court. About a 6.5 second differential between shot clock, game clock. Cordes dribbling back to the middle of the floor. Shuffle step from Hebrink to stay with her. A step back by Cordes, shot clock's at 8. Cordes driving right. Screen set on Hebrink by Jalen Martinson to free up Cordes. Cordes with a drive left short off the window. Rebound spiked in the lane, and now a shot clock violation will be ruled against the University of Jamestown. So with 5.4 seconds remaining in the opening half of play, a turnover by the Vikings. Paulson, a fall away at the horn, misses. That'll be the end of the opening half. Not the way to end the half that the Vikings were looking for. And in the end, this ends up being a 6-point game in favor of the University of Jamestown as we go to the intermission. But you feel like not a lot has been settled in this one. And certainly, you've got a situation here where both teams have some adjustments to make, but particularly the Vikings. They're going to have to find their way to finding something to do with Hannah Hoggle on the inside. Meanwhile, the Jimmies really did a nice job of getting the Vikings into some foul trouble in that first half, and that took Abby Leeson out of the game for 7.5 minutes of that second quarter. But boy, in the long run, Ellie Broughton comes in, knocks down 3 threes, and if you're the Jimmies, that's the part that you didn't expect. And so that's what they'll talk about during the intermission. And we'll be back with our intermission report, including a look at our first half highlights on the way here in just a couple of moments. So stay with us as we go to our halftime report next. This is our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball. The Jimmies lead the Vikings in women's play. 37-31 at the end of a half. Vikings basketball, Jimmy's basketball continues next here on Q101 KQDJ-FM.
Do you want to make sure homework time isn't spent on games and video streaming? Dakota Central can help. With Experience IQ, you set limits to ensure your kids aren't playing when they should be doing homework. With premium managed Wi-Fi from Dakota Central, you can create healthier internet habits for your children from the easy-to-use Command IQ app. Learn more about premium Wi-Fi and Experience IQ today at www.dakotacentral.com.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Otter Tail Power Company would like to remind you about the importance of high school athletics in the lives of children. Those extracurricular activities play a role in the education and development of those kids involved and provide a way for kids to learn some of life's most important lessons. Lessons that'll take them through life with a sense of accomplishment and pride. Otter Tail Power Company would like to salute those athletes, coaches, and fans who make every season one to remember.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Buffalo City Diesel Jamestown is your one-stop shop for experienced truck services. Their top-notch techs are trained in the latest technology and can identify and fix problems in your medium or heavy-duty diesel trucks and buses. Buffalo City Diesel also offers roadside assistance, trailer services, and truck parts. Call Buffalo City Diesel today at 701-253-2844. That's Buffalo City Diesel at 701-253-2844.
Rambo, a proud sponsor and fan of Viking and Highliner Athletics, has been serving North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota with quality logoed apparel and promotional products since 1979. With online store options built to meet the needs of your company, organization, or team, Rambo will ensure that the process of ordering is easy and accurate and that your items are received on time. When you're ready to put your logo to work, give Matt a call at 701-680-9585. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good.
Some of us were born to farm. Some diesels, like Cenex Premium Diesel, were born to fuel. Cenex Ruby Fieldmaster comes with a more complete additive package for a more complete burn to reduce particulate matter and keep filters cleaner for longer. Fuel your equipment like a pro with Cenex Ruby Fieldmaster and leave typical number 2 diesel to the amateurs. Cenex Premium Diesel. Diesel that doesn't mess around.
Are you dreaming of spring? Jamestown Country Club has been dreaming of it too, so get ready now with a Jamestown Country Club membership. The 18-hole championship course, bar, and restaurant will be waiting for you when the season opens. Sign up now for your membership and be prepared to hit the ground running or golfing as soon as spring arrives. Visit JamestownCountry.club or email jcc58401@gmail.com today. Buy now and be ready to play at Jamestown Country Club.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball tonight here on the Voice of the Vikings, Voice of the Valley, and the Voice of the Jimmies here tonight as well. Q101, KQDJ-FM. Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening. My pleasure to be with you for both the Vikings and the Jimmies tonight. My thanks to David Burrell, who had the game for the Vikings over at Newman Center. Earlier this season, that was game 2 out of the 3 that we're seeing. And now game 3. It's a weird deal playing 3 times inside the conference. But you know what? When you're in the final year of a deal, you just kind of make the conference work, right? But David will be back with you for the Jimmies coming up tomorrow when the Jimmies will go up against Mayville State up in Mayville at the Louis Lee. Here today, the Vikings within 6 of the Jimmies at the break by a score of 37-31. The Jimmies have the lead. Some key moments in that first half as we go through the summary of it. First of all, Hannah Hoggle, 16 points, 6 rebounds. Those are key moments. Both teams turned it over well more than they would like to. The Jimmies turned it over 11 times. The Vikings turned it over 10 times, but the shooting percentage for the Jimmies really cooled off after that first quarter. They shot over 50% in the first quarter, but only 38.7% for the first half. Meanwhile, the Vikings were able to elevate their shooting percentage to 41%. Vikings 4 of 8 from the three-point line. The Jimmies 4 of 16 from the three-point line. But the Jimmies got to the foul line a lot. 9 of 11 for the Jimmies in that first half, including Hannah Hoggle knocking down 6 of 7 for 7 of her 16 points in the opening half. Abby Osleeson spent considerable time on the bench for the Vikings after picking up her second foul with 7.5 minutes to go in the first half of play. And she did not return in that first half of basketball, and so she'll be obviously fresh and ready to go, but that obviously sidelined the Vikings just a little bit in that matchup. Let's take a look at our highlights, and our highlights from the opening half are brought to you by NewsDakota.com, and you'll see in the early going, the Vikings and the Jimmies matched up with that long stretch play. Hannah Hoggle getting inside, that one against Abby Osleeson, but they were definitely looking to target Osleeson in the early going, and you could see that that was a repetitive thing for Valley City State all the way. The Vikings do it the other way, though, and then you see Hannah Hoggle get back. They come up with the stretch play against Madison Spacier, but Hoggle getting back defensively, able to cover that one up. Then Hoggle coming into play once again here. She'll kick towards the near side of the floor, drive into the near side, and Hoggle going to the basket, count it and one. The Vikings looking to respond, and they responded with Ellie Broughton waiting for the basketball. Broughton just taking a look at it, flies a three. She had 11 points in the opening half, and those are our highlights from the opening half, brought to you tonight by NewsDakota.com. Individual numbers in the first half of basketball. As we mentioned for the Jimmies, Hannah Hoggle 16 points and 6 rebounds in that first half. Kate Cordes with 5 points. Megan Oswald with 4. Samantha Paulson with 3. Jaden Wiest with 3. 2 points for Jessica Lofstrom, who was in foul trouble in the first half for the Jimmies. Sarah Lenz with 3, and Jalen Martinson with a single for the University of Jamestown the first half. For the Vikings, 11 points from Ellie Broughton. Had a couple of rebounds to go with it as well. J.C. Richter with 6, struggled a bit. 3 of 7 from the field. She had some looks that just wouldn't go down for her. Abby Osleeson, 5 points, 4 rebounds, but then actually a couple of block shots as well, as she played only 8 minutes and 10 seconds of the first half. 5 points, 4 boards, and a couple of blocks. That's not a bad 8-10 for Osleeson, but she'll have to try to find a way to keep herself on the floor longer in the second half tonight. Madison Spacier with 3, hit a 3. Elise Hebrink, Olivia Backus, and Tilda Maritzen all with 2 for Valley City State. That caps off the individual scoring that we have for you here tonight in the first half of basketball. And at the end of one, your score is 37-31 UJ over Valley City State as we continue along with our halftime report. And we've got more of our halftime report coming up next. We'll come back and take a look at what's coming up next. For those of you that are Vikings fans, we'll dive into that schedule. It's getting awfully busy now with the bat sports coming in, and the basketball team's not done yet. That's coming up for you in just a couple of moments, so stay with us. Our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball continues next here on Q101 KQDJ-FM.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right.
This week at Lever's Foods, save on Bellatoria Ultra Thin Crust Pizza, 2 for $8.48. Farm Rich Appetizers, $4.88 each. Paste, salsa, queso, picante, or taco sauce, $2.99. Fresh lemons or limes, 2 for just $1. And Wholestone all-natural bone-in pork steak or country-style ribs, only $2.49 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball here tonight on Q101 KQDJ-FM. Ryan Cunningham with you here tonight from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as the Viking pep band adds a little ambiance tonight. Good crowd for this one, considering that the Highlanders are at home tonight against Central Cass in a highly anticipated boys matchup. So to have what we got here tonight, pretty good. And from what we understand, there is a contingent of Medina, Pingree, Buchanan athletes that are in the gymnasium tonight. They've wanted to see the Jimmies play, and they haven't been able to work that out when the Jimmies have been at home. So they decided to make the trip all the way over to Valley City, and we hope that they're going to be able to get back home tonight, because they might be regretting that choice when they get out and see the weather tonight. The latest update that we have for you, the Stutzman County, Barnes County, and Cass County area has now been added to a winter weather advisory that is in effect until noon tomorrow. And in our area, 3 to 5 inches of snow is now expected. That's up from 2 to 4 at the beginning of the day, and that will include both Stutzman County and Barnes County. So total snow, 3 to 5 inches. They're not talking about a great deal of wind, which is okay, but that snow is going to make things a bit more slippery. There is, however, just to our south, a winter storm warning, and for those of you in the Jamestown area, it's also just to your west. That's an upgrade from what we've seen so far, but a winter storm warning in effect for the counties of Burley, Kidder, so that would be west of Stutzman down the I-94 corridor, and then south of the I-94 corridor, including Emmons, Logan, Lemoore, McIntosh, and Dickey counties. 5 to 8 inches of heavy snow with rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour are expected with that storm situation. So that's a lot of snow that's going to be making its way towards us. And if you've got travel plans throughout the evening, that's something that you're going to want to be aware of, because it looks like things could get a little bit difficult for travel as the night goes on tonight. So keep that in mind. As far as what's coming up next for Valley City State, take a look at what they've got coming up here in the near future. Again, tomorrow will be day 2 of the Bison Open. Track and field continues, and the indoor season continues for the Vikings as they go to day 2 of that day 1. So they're over there today, and day 2 coming up. Also tomorrow, baseball at Graceland University. However, they're playing today also. That was moved up to a Friday and Saturday instead of, I believe, Saturday and Sunday or something like that it was going to be. So that was the situation with that matchup. Softball tomorrow, Dakota Wesleyan at the University of Jamestown. That will be in the Dome. Again, travel permitting, obviously. And then tomorrow, the Viking women's and men's basketball teams will play Dickinson State. Next weekend, baseball goes to Randall University at Moore, Oklahoma, or at Moore, Oklahoma, to play Randall University. And next weekend, the women's, men's, and basketball teams, the women's and men's basketball teams will go to Bellevue University. So that's what's in the upcoming situation. Obviously busy over at the University of Jamestown right now as well, because when you consider that they've got a situation there where a lot of teams coming in trying to get games in, trying to get their season started for softball. Very exciting time that they have going on over there for the weekend. And that dome is a valuable resource for a lot of teams. And it's good for the Jimmies to be able to allow others to utilize it. Abby Osleeson gets things started for the Vikings in the second half. She drives against Hannah Hoggle, and Hoggle will be called for a foul, trying to defend Osleeson. It'll be Hoggle's third, and that's going to be on the shot. So this will put Abby Osleeson at the foul line to try to get the scoring started, and Osleeson back in the matchup for the Vikings. First on the way for Osleeson, no good. So Abby Osleeson will try to make up for some lost time here. But for those of you that aren't familiar with the scenario, had a chance to run into her dad here as she knocks down the second, and I'm sure it was on her bucket list right away to get a win over Dakota State. Abby Osleeson had a sister that played at Dakota State, and she definitely wanted that win. The Vikings nearly had it the first time they were down there, didn't get a chance to turn it over. They got it here last weekend. Jimmy's up by 5 with their first possession of the second half. Paulson right side to Busick. Busick driving her way in. A look to the basket, a fall away off the glass that won't fall. And the Vikings have another rebound in the form of Ellie Broughton. Vikings back into the front court with the basketball. A look off the left side, and Deemer tried to get a three away that was blocked. Osleeson is able to hold on to possession of the basketball. A work towards the right side for Hebrink, and now J.C. Richter. Richter taking a look, working back towards the left corner. Hebrink with the basketball. A work down the baseline, and we've got a whistle, and Hebrink again stepped on the boundary. Been an issue for Hebrink tonight. She's had a couple of those turnovers where she's tried to get things moving in the right direction and found a sideline, found a baseline. She's played dangerously, I guess, with the boundary of the floor tonight. Hoggle, big forearm, got away with it, just threw Osleeson out of the way. And Hoggle gets her first scoring for 18 points now as she comes up with her first bucket. And again, they continue to get physical with Osleeson. Ball left side of the floor with J.C. Richter. Richter hard take for the Vikings, pulling up off the glass, she'll hit it. J.C. Richter with 8 now in the matchup, coming back for the answer for the Vikings. And the Vikings come back to within 5 by a score of 39-34. We'll see a whistle, another foul coming up, and Abby Osleeson has her third. Well, this has been called very tightly so far tonight. I mean, we've seen not a lot you're able to get away with as far as how this thing goes tonight, and so the Vikings getting stuck there with a foul they weren't looking forward to, and Hannah Hoggle knocks down the front end to push the lead back to 6 for the Jimmies at 40-34. 8:24 to play. Second foul shot on the way is good for Hannah Hoggle. And Hoggle now with a big night. She's got 20 points. The lead is 41-34. University of Jamestown with a 7-point lead over Valley City State in the early stages of the third. Osleeson going to try to back Hoggle down. Got turned by the help side defender, and the ball got stripped loose. Samantha Paulson comes away with it, and UJ's into the front court looking to come up the floor with the basketball. A look in towards the left side, drive across the lane by Megan Oswald, back to Paulson, catch and shoot threes off the front of the rim, and Osleeson has the rebound for the Vikings. We'll see the ball brought back up by Ellie Broughton. 41-34, UJ by 7. A fall away by Osleeson on the baseline. That one left short. And a rebound to Busick inside for the University of Jamestown. Jimmy's back into the front court of the basketball on a 7-point lead. They look inside, and a drive to the basket for Samantha Paulson will score. Samantha Paulson with her first of the second half. She's got 5 total. And it's now a 43-34 lead for UJ over the Vikings. Broughton to the glass will score. Count it 1 for Ellie Broughton. Broughton scoring her 13th. She's had a big night tonight. Kate Busick is going to be called for the foul. But Ellie Broughton having a night that's sort of buoying, if you will, the Vikings, where the other offensive weapons just have not really been able to give them much support, including Ashlyn Deemert, who has yet to score after that barrage of three-point shots that she had against the University of Jamestown the first time around. The Jimmies have absolutely been unwilling to let her get loose, but Broughton completes a three-point play for the Vikings. And the Vikings are back to within 6 at 43-37. Ball top of the key, Kate Cordes driving right, stuck by a double team, kick out. Busick for 3, drains it. Kate Busick hitting her first 3 points of the night. That's the play. Cordes drawing a double team. That leaves somebody open on the perimeter. If you hit the shot, that's going to be very successful for the Jimmies. A three by J.C. Richter nibbles around and won't fall. Rebound deflected out of bounds off of Hebrink, and this will go back to the Jimmies. Boy, that three for Richter wanted to go down as well. She's continued to work that into her repertoire and has been quite good at it throughout the last few weeks, working in that three-point shot. That one double kissed front and back of the rim and just would not fall down for her. On top, ball taken by Wiest. She'll drive to the basket, turns it back to Cordes in the top of the key. Left-hand dribble, hard down the lane, whistle, foul on the floor. Either Hebrink or Ellie Powell, who stepped outside of the arc to try to establish position, but Elise Hebrink will have her first. And the Jimmies will have the basketball in the front court, leading by a score of 46-37. Inbounds pass will come in from Busick. A bounce pass underneath. Martinson wide open, looking to finish with the left hand. She ends up missing the shot, and the rebound's out of bounds off of Jayla Martinson. And we'll go back to the Vikings. Jalen Martinson's not used to missing that shot. That's a tough moment for the Jimmies for Martinson. Lead still 9 for the Jimmies at 46-37. Broughton extending her range. Rolls off the front of the rim, won't fall. Rebound underneath to Jessica Lofstrom for the Jimmies. They can still go up double figures on this possession. A Wiest drive on the right side. Back out on top. Three on the way by Busick off the heel of the rim. Lofstrom an offensive rebound, finding Wiest, who will drive baseline. Tries to back in on Broughton, steps back to the foul line. Martinson driving, and Ellie Powell blocked her shot. Couple of big moments defensively for Ellie Powell. Vikings still down 9. Diemert off the dribble, finding room from 12 feet, but missing. Rebound Lofstrom on the weak side, and it remains 46-37 Jimmies. 5:45 to play here in the third quarter. Ball left side of the floor with Jaden Wiest. Wiest taking a look, sends it back to Kate Cordes on the top of the key. Off a screen, Cordes going screen and roll with Martinson. Ellie Powell anticipated, steps in, knocks the ball away. The Vikings back in the front court. This time Diemert, a baseline pull-up jumper. Got blocked. She got her own miss and gets to the basket and scores. And the Vikings will call for timeout. Timeout taken by the Vikings as they chip the Jimmy lead down to 7 at 46-39. Well, once again, folks, National Weather Service with a winter storm warning that's now out for the areas just west of Jamestown and Stutzman County. Kidder County, Burley County, so we're talking about the Steele, Bismarck areas. And then south of that, everything south of the Highway 46 line. So we're talking about Ransom, Sargent, Richland, Lemoore, Dickey, Logan, McIntosh, Emmons counties, all affected. And that it's a thin window because once you get into the South Dakota line and beyond, turns back into a winter weather advisory. But that winter storm warning going right through the heart of the German Triangle, continuing through Lisbon, off to Fergus Falls, and into central Minnesota around the Brainerd area and all around it. It's a winter weather advisory, and I think what's happened is they found the ribbon where the really heavy snows are going to fall, and that's it. Vikings drop into 2-3 zone out of the timeout. 46-39. Jimmy's leading by 7 over Valley City State halfway through the third quarter. Hoggle bounce pass to Cordes, trying to break the zone. It's loose and taken away by J.C. Richter. The Vikings into the front court. Backus, Hebrink out of the right corner. She'll curl away across the lane. Kicks it back to the top of the key for Diemert. Moving right. Diemert to stop. A spin. Off to J.C. Richter. Back to Diemert in the right corner. Diemert to fall away in the lane from 15. Hits it. You got to find a way to get Ashlyn Diemert active. If it's not going to be from the three-point line, take her into the paint, see if she can find a jump shot. Jimmy lead down to 5 at 46-41. Busick in the front court. Vikings change up defense again into the 2-3, matching up in the middle. Powell versus Hoggle. Near side, Busick up on top. Cordes driving, dribble drive down to Hoggle, wide open. That is a pretty play for the University of Jamestown, and credit to the Jimmies for being able to break that down when they just saw the zone a possession ago. They go immediately to something that can work against it. Hebrink a drive into the baseline. Kick out to J.C. Richter. Richter stepping right, curls in the lane, looks down low to Powell, and the dump inside, and that's too strong for Powell to handle. Kate Cordes comes away with the takeaway. Jimmy's back up front, near side of the floor. Ball taken by Busick, back to Cordes. Busick now left side, still a 2-3 zone for the Vikings. They'll match up with Hoggle in the middle. It's Powell coming out to match up. Hoggle drives and scores. Hannah Hoggle with 22. The lead back to 9 for the Jimmies at 50-41. with 3:40 to play in the third quarter. Step and a hard jump stop by Ashlyn Deemer. Kick out. Powell, deep three on the way. That's off the heel of the rim. Powell fighting for an offensive rebound, falls back to the floor. It'll stay Viking basketball. You go back a couple of possessions ago for the University of Jamestown on our newsdakota.com replay, and watch how effortlessly they break down this zone. The dribble drive, kick to Busick, Cordes in, drew the help side defender from Powell. I mean, it was just that simple. And they had only seen that defense once before that possession. That's an effective play by the Jimmies to break that down. Deemer driving, fall away off the glass, short. Rebound through the wickets on one Jimmy. That was Lofstrom, I believe, but picked up by the University of Jamestown on the other end with Megan Oswald. Oswald on the foul line, stepping against Powell, turning her way to the basket. Kicks it out on top, lends to the left corner for Busick, and a three is short. An offensive board, though. Lofstrom, that 6-footer, reaching up and over on J.C. Richter. Richter ends up giving the O board, and then will be called for a foul. Richter's first, and J.C. Richter will come out of the game. That's the third against the Vikings, and it will bring Madison Spacier back into the matchup for Valley City State. Underneath, quick cut inside for Cordes. Kick out to the near wing, and a three on the way. Good out of the left corner for Jessica Lofstrom. Lofstrom steps up and hits a three-point shot. And Jessica Lofstrom will make it a 53-41 lead for the Jimmies. 12-point margin. Powell battling inside for the Vikings. Missed a shot, but got her own miss. Back to the basket, count it, one. Ellie Powell getting to the basket and scoring. That's the Ellie Powell the Vikings want to see. And Powell will draw a foul against Jessica Lofstrom. That will be her fourth of the night. Lead cut to 10 at 53-43 as Ellie Powell has her first scoring. Now a chance for the Vikings to cut it to 9, and they will do so as Ellie Powell goes up strong. Vikings cut the lead back to 9. It's 53-44. University of Jamestown. Cordes off the right sideline, working against Hebrink on the dribble. Tried to kick it down low, and Powell blocked the pass, but ball ends up off her hands and out of bounds. Samantha Paulson will come back into the matchup for UJ. She'll replace Jessica Lofstrom in the lineup. Lofstrom played a couple of possessions with 4 fouls. Inbounds play to come in underneath. Busick finding a cut for Megan Oswald. Her turnaround got blocked by Ellie Powell. Powell's having some moments here. A kick up the floor. Elise Hebrink taking a long stretch pass from Broughton. Top of the key, Madison Spacier drives to the basket. Pulls up, count it, one. Madison Spacier. Hard take to the basket for Madison Spacier. She's got 5, and she'll go to the foul line. Jimmy lead cut to 7. And we'll see a timeout taken by the University of Jamestown with 2:23 left of the third. Go back to the bucket a moment ago for Ellie Powell on our newsdakota.com replay. And Powell missing on the front end, over trees to get it. Comes back to the glass, falling back to the floor. Counted 1 for Ellie Powell. Great battle inside for the Vikings in the post. Men's basketball is on the way coming up next. And we'll have the men's matchup here on Q101 following a brief intermission. So we invite you to stay with us for the men's half of the doubleheader, scheduled for a 7:30 tip-off tonight. And just a preview on that one as we get ready for the foul shot for Madison Spacier. Look at the standings in men's play coming into the night. For those of you on the video side, you can see the University of Jamestown now 2 games back of Dickinson State after dropping one of the Blue Hawks last weekend. They need wins and help. And the Vikings, 2-8 in the conference right now. They're in last place by a game against Dakota State University. If they're going to move up, they've got to find the run, and they got to find it quickly. Madison Spacier completes the 3-point play. She has 6. The Viking deficit is 6. 53-47. University of Jamestown with the lead. Paulson, hard take to the basket, up and over. Powell missed the shot. Rebound is battled for, and it's won by Megan Oswald for the Jimmies offensively. The offensive rebound is beginning to become a tester for this Viking defense. Cordes waiting for a screen. Holly Savola came over to set it. They work screen and roll with Oswald. Oswald to the basket, scoring. 6 points for Megan Oswald. What really jumps off the page about this Jimmy team that's effective is how they go to their second and third options so easily. They're setting that play up for Cordes, but they've got second and third option available. Oswald was the third option on the screen and roll at that point. They went screen and roll with Holly Savola, and you come back with Oswald doing the rolling after Savola set the screen. That allowed Cordes to dribble free. It's a really nice three-person play. First foul shot on the way is good for Ellie Broughton. Broughton's having a night. 15 points for Ellie Broughton. Lead cut back to 7, 55-48. Second foul shot, make it 55-49, and Ellie Broughton is having a career night for the Vikings in scoring. 55-49. Valley City State cuts the lead back to 6. University of Jamestown with the lead. Paulson up front, being closed upon by Spacer. Top of the key, Cordes to the left corner for Busick. Busick will return it back to the top of the key, finding Holly Savala. There's the high-low game, and Powell, actually Broughton, has to come over the top to commit a foul as Busick was wide open to the glass. Ellie Broughton will commit her third. Hannah Hoggle set to come back into the game after picking up her third. And the chess match there, Abby Osleeson has been on the bench for a huge chunk of the night. Osleeson for the Vikings picked up second foul with 7:43 to go in the half and could not return. Picked up a third foul early here in the third quarter and has been out ever since. And the Vikings trying to hold her for some kind of stretch run in the fourth. Second foul shot after the first was good for Busick. That one's good as well. And the lead is 8 at 57-49 with 1:25 left to go. Jaden Wiest back into the matchup for UJ. And the Vikings with 1.5 minutes left, down by 8, are back into the front court. Broughton heading off to Ashley Diemert. She's left alone. 3 on the way, rolls off the front of the rim. That's the first time tonight that a Jimmy has forgot to defend Ashlyn Diemert. She was surprised she came open on the top of the key. Rebound ends up in a held ball, and the arrow favors the University of Jamestown. And Savala will play it into Jaden Wiest. 1:10 to go now in the third quarter. Wiest drifting near side. Hoggle on the top of the key. Off to Samantha Paulson. Paulson taking a look. Ball back to Cordes. Into Hoggle, defended by Ellie Powell. Thad Sankey wants a foul on that denial by Powell. Cordes driving right, kick out. Paulson for 3, rolls off the front of the rim. Diemert saving a rebound in bounds, and Ellie Powell will come up with a capture. 45 seconds left of the third. Vikings down 8, 57-49. Broughton on the top of the key, working left side against Jaden Wiest, and we'll see a hand check foul against Jaden Wiest. And the Jimmies are already in the penalty. Jaden Wiest will pick up her second, and Ashlyn Diemert's going to go to the foul line. Thad Sankey a little frustrated by the call, and I think it's probably more comparison than anything. Diemert's first is on the way and good. We've seen some things in that recent sequence where you think, okay, that's a foul, and it's been a tightly called game most of the time tonight, but perhaps not so much lately. Second by Diemert is also good. She goes 2 of 2 from the foul line, has 6 total. And again, the Vikings are within 6, 57-51 with 35 seconds left to go. Shot clock differential is about 8.5. Drive on the right side, Jaden Wiest, dribble got high, and Ellie Broughton steps in to take it away. The Vikings force a turnover, and the shot clock is turned off with 20 seconds to play in the third quarter. 57-51, UJ with a 6-point lead over Valley City State. Broughton in the circle, shot clock approaching 11. Broughton stepping right, she'll be defended. A screen by Diemert, then a roll. Broughton will dribble left side. Spacer, ball faking on a 3. Mid-range jump shot, rolls off, and that's going to be the end of the third quarter of basketball. Vikings back within 6, 57-51, as we make our way to quarter number 4, which is on the way next as we get ready for the 4th and final frame of the season in regular season basketball between the Vikings and Jimmies. UJ leading Valley City State 57-51. This is our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball on Q101 KQDJ-FM.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Quarter number 4 about to transpire. 24 points and 6 rebounds for Hannah Hoggle tonight. I must have had some numbers incorrect. I had her for 22. I must have missed a bucket in that third quarter for Hannah Hoggle. 24 points for Hannah Hoggle. The Vikings with 16 from Ellie Broughton. And the Vikings are down 6 to the Jimmies at 57-51 as we start the fourth quarter from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse in Valley City. A little screen and roll. Powell to the glass, missed it. Deemert and Powell combining on the screen and roll. And right now, Abby Osleeson still on the bench for Valley City State. They're going to hold her as long as they can, as she has been a consistent target. And right now, Vanessa Johnson, the head coach of the Vikings, does not want to see her pick up a foul on something that is being called rather tightly on the interior right now. Powell matched up with Hoggle. Hoggle's got it for the Jimmies. Turn, fall away, missed it. And Ellie Powell comes up with a rebound. Powell has been good on both ends of the floor tonight for the Vikings. Deemert driving, dribbled off her foot. And this will go out of bounds and back to the University of Jamestown. But this has been a big night for Ellie Powell, and Powell's done some things offensively in the past, but the way that she's playing defense and matching up with Osleeson in foul trouble, it has really been entertaining to watch her play. But beyond that, it's also been one of those things where she's growing into that role as a post player that can be very, very good for the Vikings. Busick near side of the floor for Jessica Lofstrom. Back to Jaden Wiest for the Jimmies. Deep three on the way by Wiest. It's off the front of the rim. Another O board for Hoggle. Hoggle inside, follow away, hit it. 26 for Hannah Hoggle. She is going wild on the Vikings tonight. Lead back to 8 at 59-51. Madison Spacier handing off to Ellie Broughton. She has a cut to the basket, shot blocked, and a foul. Looks like it's going to be Hoggle. And if it's Hoggle, it's 4. And that's Hannah Hoggle with her 4th. Rebounding numbers are something to take a look at through that quarter. The rebounding numbers even on both ends. 29, 29, and 8 apiece on the offensive side of things, which based on watching the game tonight without seeing that number, I would have thought the Jimmies had more offensive rebounds than the Vikings. That's really the way that I would have seen it up until that point. Broughton's first foul shot is good. Meanwhile, Ellie Broughton with 18 points tonight. And the Vikings have cut the lead back to 7 on the Jimmies at 59-52. Second foul shot for Broughton. Cut it back to 6 again at 59-53. Hoggle came off the floor after picking up her 4th foul. So right now, the two big post players are in a situation where Osleeson is on the floor for the Vikings. She came in on a sub. Here's a foul against Elise Hebrink, and the crowd is incensed. They're going to get Elise Hebrink for a foul on a shot attempt inside that came from Megan Oswald. Vanessa Johnson has her hands on her head as she comes over to get an explanation from the official. Oswald's first is on the way and good for the Jimmies, and the lead is back to 7. Megan Oswald with 7 points tonight. Take a look at some of the numbers that we have for you here through 3 quarters of play. Second foul shot for Oswald is good. Megan Oswald now with 9. 24 points, 6 rebounds for Hannah Hoggle. Kate Cordes a quiet night tonight. 5 points, couple of rebounds, but Hannah Hoggle has stepped up and done a job for the Jimmies. For the Vikings, 16 points for Ellie Broughton and 4 rebounds. 8 points from J.C. Richter, and they've been kind of a quiet 8 tonight. 61-53, Hebrink driving, left one strong off the glass. And the rebounds down with Megan Oswald for UJ. Jimmies can once again go up by double figures. They've led by as many as 12 briefly here tonight. Cordes, right side Lofstrom, into Busick, right elbow Oswald, high in the post, kick out. Wiest, catch and shoot 3, air ball. And the rebounds going back to the Vikings. 7:43 to play here in the fourth quarter. Again, we have men's basketball after this one as part of the double dip tonight. And the weather's getting rough out there, so stay in. Watch the game with us here tonight, newsdakota.com. Broughton driving, foul on the floor. Osleeson was jumping. I think she felt like she was going to get hit with that foul. And instead, the foul will go against Jaden Wiest, her 3rd. Foul situation here. Both Hoggle and Lofstrom have 4. They're going to play similar positions. UJ's got a little depth at that spot, but with both Lofstrom and Hoggle with 4, they're going to have to trade minutes here. And Lofstrom's out for Hoggle right now. Driving the baseline by Ellie Broughton, caught, trying to keep the ball in bounds, saved it, but had to throw it away, and Kate Cordes comes up with the takeaway for UJ. Jimmy's into the front court, Cordes driving down to the arc, right back to Oswald, wide open foul line jumper, Oswald sticks it. That's 11 now for Megan Oswald, second Viking, rather Jimmy, to double figures. The lead is back to 10 at 63-53. Ball right side, hard take to the basket for Hebrink, going to be waved off. She's fouled on the floor. And another foul will be going against Jaden Weiss. That's her fourth. So now the rotation starts to get a little steep for the Jimmies in a third spot. Weiss out, and Samantha Paulson will come into the matchup for the Vikings. Inbounds pass from beyond the baseline. Broughton back top of the key for Hebrink. Hebrink a stop after a set of a screen by Osleisen. Osleisen gets a high post entry pass to the left elbow. Osleisen putting down a dribble, sensed the help side defender coming, decides to pick it up, sends it to Diemert on top. Diemert looking for a path to get to the basket, found one, drives in and scores. Ashlyn Diemert just a pull up, kind of an ugly jump shot on the baseline from short range, hits it. Lead cut to 8 at 63-55. Jimmy's on top. Busick looking to Kate Cordes in the top of the key. Oswald sets a screen. Cordes off the dribble from mid-range, missed it. Madison Spacer has the rebound for the Vikings. Vikings trying to further cut into the Jimmy lead on this trip over the floor. Spacer left side, stop, kick baseline. Osleisen from 15 hits it. Abby Osleisen with 9, hadn't scored since the opening quarter. Lead cut to 6 at 16. And we're going to have to figure out this part of the game. We apologize for this for those of you on the video side of things. 67-60. The Vikings now back down by 7. A back in by Osleisen. She'll kick to Hebrink. Hebrink driving, ends the ball, stripped loose. It comes back to Ellie Broughton on the perimeter. The Vikings go back to work. Osleisen right elbow, stepping left, hard take to the basket. Counted, Abby Osleisen getting in and scoring her 11th. Osleisen will make it 67-62. The Jimmy lead has been cut back to 5. Cordes on the top of the key. Working right side, goes behind the back on the dribble. Inside to Hannah Hoggle, bodied up with Osleisen, a kick out. Paulson on the way for 3, right wing, drills it. Samantha Paulson, that's a big stick of a three-point shot for Samantha Paulson. Pushes the lead back to 8 at 70-62 in favor of the University of Jamestown. And that's where, if you're the Vikings, you got to have a stop in that sequence. Ball back to the right wing for Ellie Broughton. Jab step clear to defender. Three-point shot off the dribble, good. Ellie Broughton steps in, hits a 3, and the Vikings will call for timeout. So Valley City State back within 5, 70-65, as we get ready for the final 3:48 of the fourth quarter, and we'll have it for you coming up next as the Vikings call for a full timeout. This is our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball on Q101 KQDJ-FM.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball tonight. We believe we're back with you on Q101. We apologize. There was an internet discussion here, or I should say disruption here, at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse that caused us to lose our connection on the radio side of things tonight. We apologize for that. We believe that it has been restored, but it's a problem that we're working on tracking down that we had last weekend as well. Osleisen for 3 for the Vikings, hits it. Abby Osleisen back into the game, scores her 7th of the quarter and her 14th, and you've hit us at the right time. It's 70-68. The University of Jamestown leading by 2. A drive by Cordes, high bank shot missed. Osleisen a rebound, and here come the Vikings up the floor looking for an opportunity to tie or take the lead. Deemert on the top of the key, working back, finding Madison Spacier. Spacier rotating right side to Broughton. Pull up for three, well short. And the rebound underneath to Jessica Lostrom for the University of Jamestown. 2:40 left to go in the fourth quarter. Jimmy's lead the Vikings, 70-68. Ball top of the key with Busick finding Hannah Hoggle. Hoggle off to the right. Cordes will take the basketball. Cordes looking, reverses back top of the key for Samantha Paulson. Paulson working right side, back out to Cordes on the right sideline. Shot clock approaching 7 seconds. Cordes gets a screen, works in the lane, kicks to Busick, a three on the way that's off. Rebound loose to the perimeter. Broughton ran it down, then got knocked around. It's out of bounds. Last touch by Hoggle. It'll go back to the Vikings. Megan Oswald will come back into the matchup. So Oswald comes back into the matchup to make it a 2-point game for Valley City State, down 2. Coming back into the front court with the basketball. On top, it's Ashlyn Deemert. Spacier off to the right side for Elise Hebrink. Hebrink back to the top of the key for Deemert. Stops right elbow, turns long, 2-point fall away, missed it. Spacier, an offensive rebound, foul trying to cut back into the basket. Foul's going to go against Samantha Paulson. That'll be her first. And Hannah Hoggle's going to come back into the matchup to replace Megan Oswald. That's foul number 4 against the Jimmies, so non-shooter here. But the penalty now surrendered by the Jimmies in the fourth quarter for the final 1:57. And here on the inbounds pass, Deemert drives to the basket and scores. Deemert with 13. We're tied at 70. 70-70 with 1:45 to go. The Vikings have scored the last 8 points. Top of the key, the ball with Busick, and she got her pocket pick. It's taken away by Ellie Broughton. Broughton to the glass, can't count it. Misses it short off the rim, and a rebound to Hannah Hoggle for the University of Jamestown. 90 seconds left to go. 70-70 your score. 1:25 left in the second half in the fourth quarter. Ball with Busick, looking left side, finding Samantha Paulson. Paulson bodied up by Deemert on the perimeter. Ball left side for Kate Cordes. Cordes driving left baseline, arm out, a stop, a kick out. This will be Lofstrom coming into the lane. Back to Busick on the right side. Shot clock at 3 seconds. Busick inside, scores. Busick driving her way to the window, scoring her 7th. 72-70. Jimmy's by 2. The final 1 minute of regulation. Broughton into the front court with the basketball for the Vikings. Working back right side for Elise Hebrink. Hebrink a stop, back to Broughton. A cut in, a kick out. Osleeson on the way for 3, hit it! Abby Osleeson steps into a 3-point shot for the Vikings and gives the Vikings a 73-72 lead. And a timeout taken by the University of Jamestown. .4 seconds left. There'll be 23 left on the shot clock as the Vikings and Jimmies resume. The Jimmies with the basketball, and the Vikings with a 1-point lead at 73-72. And Abby Osleeson, hampered all night by foul trouble, now has 17 points on the night. 10 here in the fourth quarter. Didn't get to play much of the second quarter. Took that second foul with 7.5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. And didn't get to play much in the third quarter as well when she picked up her third and stepped out. Boy, oh boy, what a night she's having to come on strong here in the fourth quarter. Just looking through the numbers, these are the third quarter numbers. And Abby Osleeson had played just 10 minutes and 49 seconds of the game through the first 30 minutes of basketball. 73-72. The Vikings lead the Jimmies by 1 with 37.4 seconds left in regulation. The shot clock has 23 seconds left on it for the Jimmies. The held ball arrow belongs to the University of Jamestown. The Jimmies have 1 timeout remaining. The Vikings have 2. Inbounds pass from Jessica Lofstrom. It comes into Busick. The Vikings have a foul to give. The Jimmies do not. Ball on the top of the key. Busick for the Jimmies, looking down baseline. Into Hoggle against Osleeson. Turn, hard bump by Hoggle. Fall away is missed. Rebound battled for. Hoggle gets it back and scores. With 21 seconds left, Hannah Hoggle hits a jumper in the lane. That will make it a 28-point night for her and a 1-point Jimmy lead, 74-73. Vanessa Johnson certainly thought that there was a bit of a shoulder that was thrown on the end of that sequence by Hannah Hoggle. It did not get whistled, and it's a 1-point lead for the Jimmies. A moment ago on our NewsDakota.com replay, well, you talk about a big shot for the freshman. There's the three by Abby Osleeson from the top of the key to put it to a 1-point lead for the Vikings. But now the Jimmies have a 1-point lead with 21 seconds left to go in regulation. The Vikings call for timeout. That'll take them down to 1 timeout left. And the men's matchup is on the way next. I'll tell you what, the Vikings have been trying to be giant killers in women's basketball. In one sequence, in 4 games, they had beaten 3 teams that were getting national recognition. Went over to Jamestown, got a big win over at UJ to end a weekend. Then got a win at Mayville State on a Friday night, the travel partner matchup. Came home, lost to Bellevue, but came back the next night and beat Dakota State by 14. And so you're not just simply seeing a Viking team play well, but they're beginning to play consistently well. And that's going to certainly widen the depth that this conference has. Jimmy's a 1-point lead. The Vikings inbound in the front court. Osleeson will take the inbounds pass for the Vikings. Ellie Broughton driving right corner. Out to Hebrink. Hebrink's got an alley. Got to the glass. Counted 1! Elise Hebrink driving inside, and Hebrink scores off the window to give the Vikings a 1-point lead. Four for Elise Hebrink on the night. A chance to make it 5 and put the Vikings up 2 with 14.4 seconds left in the game. And we'll see a change as Jaden Wiest is going to come into the matchup for the University of Jamestown, and Hannah Hoggle is going to enter as well. So Hoggle will come in, and we'll see Kate Busick stepping down onto the baseline. Wiest will come in on the perimeter for the Jimmies. But we're going to see Hoggle come in looking for a rebound opportunity, the defensive-offensive sub. And now Hebrink at the foul line. The shot will not fall. An offensive rebound for Spacer. Spacer holding the basketball, turns into a held ball as Spacer couldn't clear it. And the Jimmies will get it back on the arrow. And now the Jimmies will call for timeout with 11 seconds left to go in the game. Spacer came up with the no board for the Vikings, but could not clear the basketball. And the held ball arrow that we had mentioned was in possession by UJ comes in to be a factor as the Jimmies are able to get it back. The Jimmies are out of timeouts after taking that one. Now the arrow will go back to the Vikings coming up once the Jimmies get the ball in bounds. Both men's teams are over in their respective tunnels, waiting to come onto the floor. This has been a great start to the night. Good crowd that's here tonight, even with the boys basketball matchup going on down at the Highlander Activity Center between the Highlanders and Central Cass this evening. Good crowd traveling for this one tonight. Always get a really good atmosphere, and as this game has gotten close here in the fourth quarter, the atmosphere has really picked up. Once again, though, the toughest thing I think to do in basketball is win the game with your defense on the floor at a one-possession game at the end. I just don't know if it gets tougher than that. I think it's easier to win the game with your offense on the floor than it is with your defense on the floor. The Vikings have a foul to give. That's a key thing here. You can foul on the floor if you're Valley City State and not surrender foul shots. Cordes to inbound the basketball, 11. Vikings take a 1-point lead over the University of Jamestown and now force a turnover with 7.2 seconds left. Vanessa Johnson uses her final timeout. Held ball arrow will stay with the Vikings. Nobody's got a timeout left to use. The Jimmies do not have a foul to give. They're already in the penalty. The clock with 7.2 seconds left. And Madison Spacier will inbound the basketball for Valley City State. And the Vikings will play ring around the Rosie on the inbounds pass. This is the new thing in basketball. Just dance around and you don't really know who's going to come open. Ball comes into Ellie Broughton. Broughton's fouled. That'll put her on the line for 2 with 5.8 seconds left. So Broughton will go to the foul line. Broughton throughout the year has been shooting sub 50% from the foul line. She's had a nice night tonight, however. 21 points for Ellie Broughton tonight. She missed a couple in the second quarter, 7 of 9 from the foul line this evening for Broughton. First is on the way, 8 of 10. First is good. 22 on the night for Broughton, 76-74. Vikings with a 2-point edge. No timeouts left for either team to use. Second foul shot for Broughton is good. That makes it a 3-point game. The Jimmies need a 3. Inbounds pass to Busick. 4 seconds. Busick into the front court, lost the basketball. Osleson picks it up, and the Vikings defeat the Jimmies. Turnovers forced in the end, an offensive rebound as well. The key 3 by Abby Osleson opens it up, and Elise Hebrink goes to the basket and finishes, and the Vikings win. Your final score at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse tonight is the Vikings 77 and the Jimmies 74. Valley City State improves to 5-6 in the conference campaign. The Jimmies will fall to 6-5. Another win that the Vikings had to get to try to keep their quest for a home game of the North Star Athletic Association going. They got it tonight. Final score, 77-74, Vikings with a victory. We've got our post-game report coming up. For those of you on the video side, we'll take a look at the highlights that we had down the stretch and get you ready for men's basketball next. This is our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball on Q101 KQDJ-FM.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball tonight here on Q101 KQDJ-FM from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, where the Viking women have worked an upset. They've taken 2 out of 3 from the University of Jamestown this season. The Viking women defeat the University of Jamestown 77-74 tonight, behind 23 points from Ellie Broughton, 16 from Abby Osleson, and 13 from Ashlyn Deemert, and a big bucket at the end for Elise Hebrink tonight. Let's take a look at the highlights that we have in this matchup for you tonight. Our highlights are brought to you this evening by our friends at NewsDakota.com. Big finish to this one tonight. It gets going early, third quarter here, and you see a big opportunity here for the Jimmies. They drive in the dribble, drive, and draw, and Hannah Hoggle was good all night tonight. She had 28 points tonight. for the Jimmies. Here, Ellie Powell fighting hard inside, gets an and one off of an offensive rebound, and Powell was spectacular defensively tonight. And then down the stretch, the Vikings need a big three. Abias Leeson delivers the Vikings the lead in the final moment to make it a 73-72 game. And with the Vikings down one, Elise Haybrink, an alley, drives, took the harm, got to the basket and scored. And the Vikings end up working the upset tonight over the Jimmies. That was the game-winning bucket and a 77-74 win for the Vikings here tonight. Individual numbers tonight. Hannah Hagel with 28 points, 9 rebounds for the University of Jamestown. Megan Oswald with 12 points tonight. Samantha Paulson with 8. Kate Busick and Kate Cordes each with 7. Jessica Lostrom with 5. Jaden Weist with 3. Sarah Lenz with 3. Jalen Martinson a single for the Vikings. Ellie Broughton, 23 points, 4 rebounds tonight. 16 points, 9 rebounds in only 19 minutes for Abias Leeson. 13 points for Ashlyn Deemer tonight also. J.C. Richter with 8. Madison Spacier with 6, and she had 4 rebounds tonight. Those were all big rebounds for Spacier. Elise Hebrink with 4, including the game-winning basket. Ellie Powell with 3. Olivia Backus and Tilda Maritzen each with 2. Your final score, 77-74 in favor of the Vikings over the University of Jamestown. Again, the Vikings will improve to 5-6 in the North Star Athletic Association. That's going to put them a game within second place to the league tonight. The Jimmies are now 6-5, and of course tomorrow it'll be Dickinson State coming to town, and the Viking women will have a chance to sweep a weekend. It's going to do it for Game 1. For those of you on the radio side of things, we'll send you back to regular programming for a bit and get ready for our pregame for Game 2 coming up in about 15 minutes or so. For those of you on the video side, you'll see the arena, and we'll come back with you in about 15 minutes as well to get ready for game number 2 of the night. Exciting one tonight. The Vikings win it. Final score, Valley City State 77, the University of Jamestown 74. This is our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball on Q101. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we had such a fun one to start the night tonight. We figured why not do it again? So we'll welcome you back to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse in our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball tonight here on Q101 KQDJ-FM. Ryan Cunningham with you this evening from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as the Vikings and Jimmies are now set to have at each other in men's basketball tonight after the women's matchup went to the Vikings 77-74. Valley City State with a late comeback down by an 8-point margin in the fourth quarter came rolling back to tie the game at 70 apiece and held on for a 75-74 victory. Tonight, round 2 into round 3 between the Vikings and the Jimmy men. Round 2 was over at the Newman Center in Jamestown, won by the University of Jamestown. The Vikings trying to grab a win over the Jimmies before the regular season comes to a conclusion. But for the Vikings, they simply need a win to try to find themselves out of the number 6 spot in the North Star Athletic Association as we take a look at our standings coming into tonight. For those of you that are with us on our web stream this evening at newsdakota.com, and also for those of you that are with us at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, you can see that Dickinson State University with their win over the University of Jamestown last Friday, now opening up a 2-game lead over the University of Jamestown for that number 1 spot. Blue Hawks 9-1. The Jimmies are 7-3. Mayville State's now 2 games back of the Jimmies at 5-5. Bellevue 4-6. Dakota State 3-7. And the Vikings 2-8 after picking up a win over Bellevue last Friday, but falling to the Dakota State University Trojans by a score of 66-61 on Saturday. Both of those games were played without Lamar Grayson, the number 1 scorer for the Vikings. Leading scorer did not play a minute last weekend due to illness, and he's back in the lineup coming up tonight for the Vikings. And that takes us to our Vikings to watch coming into the night tonight. For those of you that are on a video screen, you can see 3 guys there, 2 of them the same as last week, or at least going into it. Lamar Grayson, 17.5 points per game and a 54.5% shooter from the field. Tyrell Krieger had a huge weekend last weekend, 21 against Bellevue in that win that the Vikings had, 68-67. And Krieger averaging 19 points per game in the conference season now. But enter Caden Grindy into the conversation. Caden, the Defensive Player of the Week, reigning Defensive Player of the Week in the North Star Athletic Association. He had 12 defensive rebounds, 7 steals, a couple of block shots last week as well for the Viking men to lead the defensive effort for Valley City State. Now for the Jimmies to watch tonight, very balanced across that front line. Silas Benyon, 16.2 points per game. And Anthony Walters, you can't say enough about the athlete that this guy is off the bench for UJ. 13.5 points per game, a 41% three-point shooter, and he's got the body to make you think that he's a post player. This guy has got a lot of things he can do against you as a Jimmy, and he plays off the bench for the University of Jamestown. So he comes in at a moment where they can really start to change up the way that they go about delivering what they deliver. And then Jimmy Linus, this tall, lanky post on the inside that just has the moves of the pivot foot to find his way to the basketball. Very good rebounder at 8.7 rebounds a game, 11.1 points. And if they need him, they can certainly find some athletic success with him on the inside to score. But Jimmy Linus is a very difficult man to defend, in particular for the Vikings in that situation. So some players to watch for the University of Jamestown coming into tonight as well. We're about to announce the starting lineups for tonight's matchup. Let's take a look at them here as we continue with our coverage here on Q101 KQDJ-FM. Starting lineup tonight for the University of Jamestown. The guards will be Silas Benyon, a 6'1 senior from Eugene, Oregon. Also at guard tonight will be Cole Glasgow, a 6'2 redshirt sophomore from Grimes, Iowa. And tonight at guard will be Will Cordes, a 5'11 senior from Shakopee, Minnesota. The forwards will be Owen Heckner, a 6'8 junior from Fargo, North Dakota, and Jimmy Linus, a 6'8 senior from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Casey Brueggemann in his first season as the head coach of the Jimmies. For the Vikings tonight, one of the questions answered this evening, as we will see Sam Coppervig staying in the starting lineup for Valley City State. He came into the starting lineup after the departure of Aguanaiwesh from the team and was in the starting lineup last week with Lamar Grayson out. And we wonder, with Lamar Grayson coming back into the fold, would Sam Coppervig, the outstanding sophomore out of Castleton, North Dakota, stay in the starting lineup? He's going to tonight. So the starters at guard, Tyrell Krieger, 6'2 junior from Owatonna, Minnesota. Lamar Grayson, 6' senior from Richfield, Minnesota. And Sam Copperbig, a 6'3 sophomore from Castleton, North Dakota. The forwards, Caden Grindy, 6'4 junior from Spring Grove, Minnesota. And Odeir Olang, a 6'6 senior from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Ryan Montgomery is in his 9th season as the head coach of Valley City State. Waiting for the teams to get ready for the jump tonight. Jimmies will break their huddle wearing black with orange and white. And the Vikings are in their home cream tonight with a Cardinal trim and the Cardinal numerals and letters. Jimmy Linus will go to the center to take the jump for the Jimmies, and he'll jump against Odeir Olang for Valley City State. So here we go with round 2 of the doubleheader tonight, and the Vikings will control the opening possession as Olang tips one into the back court, and it's picked up there by Tyrell Krieger. Olang on the top of the key, Sam Coppervig into the corner for Krieger. Olang posting up left block against Linus. Turns it back to Lamar Grayson, the right elbow. Spin, fall away. Grayson will hit it from 12, and the Vikings are on the board. Lamar Grayson with his first 2 points tonight, 2-0 in favor of Valley City State. A rather quick and athletic opening possession. Silas Benyon for the Jimmies working up front. He'll turn it back to the top of the key for Cole Glasgow. Back to Benyon on the right side. Benyon working top of the key, a reversal for Owen Heckner. They'll lob one into Linus, defended by Grindy. Linus has the advantage in that matchup. Linus hard take, spun around him and scores. Good take to the basket for Jimmy Linus, just registering where Grindy was defending him. He was defending off the left hip. So he came back with an aggressive turn to his left and was able to open that wide up. And we're tied at 2 apiece. Ball top of the key with Krieger for the Vikings. Krieger stepping foul line, got through a pair of defenders, and his fall away deflected by Linus. Altered there. Loose basketball is won by Will Cordes for the University of Jamestown. Cordes to Linus on the top of the key. Taking a step towards the right side, finding Silas Benyon. Benyon hardcore wide, that one was deflected. Sam Coppervig picks it up, tries to stretch the floor in a pass to Grindy, but threw it away. Jimmy's collapse upon it after Grindy got behind a handful of University of Jamestown Jimmies. Ball to Linus in the block. They look down low, and Heckner will pull up off the glass and score on a cut from the left block. 4-2, the Jimmies take a 2-point lead. Lamar Grayson will step across and hand one off to Caden Grindy. Coppervig on the right side, off to Odeir Olang. Grayson into the corner for Krieger. Krieger jab stepping his way in towards the paint. A stop, a reversal to Caden Grindy, now to Coppervig. Coppervig looking at Olang in the right corner. Shot clock 10 seconds. Olang against Linus. Got around him, looks reverse layup, spins back to his right and scores. Good take to the basket by Odeir Olang. And he got him up in the air, and it's tied at 4 apiece. As we'll see the Jimmies come back into the front court with the basketball. Linus handing off to Heckner. Silas Benyon on the right. He'll give it away to Jimmy Linus. Linus over to the top of the key. Cole Glasgow. Back to Linus on the left wing. A lob in, wide open, high-low play. And a dunk gets blocked by Odeir Olang. Olang gets up and blocks a dunk attempt from Silas Benyon. In the meantime, Olang will go to the glass and score. Big power play for Odeir Olang early as he gets up and blocks a dunk attempt from Jimmy Linus off the window. The Jimmies wanted to foul, they didn't get. And then Olang cuts to the basket and scores on the other end. Heckner, turn, fall away, tries to finish the left hand, misses hard on a bank shot, and Grindy will pick up a loose ball rebound on the baseline. 6-4 Vikings. We played 2 minutes 45 seconds. Olang with a ball fake, handing to Lamar Grayson. Grayson jump stop in the lane, pivots back to the right, had the ball stripped loose. Out to Odeir Olang after picking up the loose basketball. He'll work to Sam Coppervig. Coppervig stepping towards the right. Reversal back to Odeir Olang. Big three for the big man. He's got it. Good start for Odeir Olang tonight. Couple of buckets in the post. Now he hits a three, and the Vikings take a 9-4 lead over the University of Jamestown. Ball left side of the floor with Cole Glasgow into the corner. Cordes for three, ends up short. Lamar Grayson comes down with the rebound. Valley City State up front looking to open up a 3-possession lead. Couple of changes coming up for the Jimmies. Grayson driving in. Kicking out towards the near side, finding Tyrell Krieger. High and court wide, back to the right for Grayson. A step in the lane, pull up from 15 feet. That's off the front of the rim, and Heckner has the rebound for the University of Jamestown. 9-4 Vikings. Closing in on the 4 minutes gone by mark here in the opening quarter. Cordes has the ball disrupted. Works back left side of the floor for Silas Benyon. Benyon off the dribble, deep three, hits it. Silas Benyon off the left wing, just pulling up off of a between-the-legs dribble, creating his own shot and scoring. And the Viking lead has been trimmed to 2. It's now 9-7 after 4 minutes of play in the opening quarter, opening half. Olang handing off to Lamar Grayson, a step left side. Back to Tyrell Krieger. Hard curl to the foul line, tried to split a pair of defenders. Ball stripped loose, and Jimmy Linus will dive to the floor to rescue it. Ball brought up front. Linus going inside, finding Silas Benyon, and Benyon has his shot blocked. Grindy comes over the top to knock it away. And now Grindy comes into the front court with the basketball. He'll hand to Sam Coppervig out of the right corner. Coppervig a reversal to Grindy. Now Oda Lang. Between the legs dribble. Benyon comes out to get him. A stop. A kick out to Lamar Grayson. Grayson with a shot clock approaching 10. Grayson got to the basket, missed it strong. And the rebound comes down with Owen Heckner for the University of Jamestown. 9-7. The Jimmies down by 2 to the Vikings. Benyon on top, looking towards the left side for Cole Glasgow. Glasgow driving left, puts his back in on Grindy, muscles his way down, goes high, bank shot, missed it off the rim. Rebound Lamar Grayson for the Vikings. Out to Grindy, streaking near side, and the Vikings set back up. Ball right side of the floor with Tyrell Krieger for the Vikings. He'll reverse to Grindy in the left corner into Lamar Grayson. Back to the top for Coppervig. Had a seal, but could not get a shot loose, and we'll see the first foul of the game. It'll go against the University of Jamestown. And the foul will go against Owen Heckner. So the ball will go to the Vikings after the foul against Heckner. The Vikings will send in Shahid Muhammad, a 6-foot senior from Arden Hills, Minnesota. And Ladarius Stanfield will come in as well. Stanfield, a 6'6 senior from Sacramento, California, and Stanfield gets up and throws one down for the Vikings. Getting loose on the baseline, Ladarius Stanfield comes up with his first 2 points tonight on a two-hand flush, and the Vikings will force a takeaway from the Jimmies in transition. Jaden Pacha looking down low, Grayson to the glass, missing. Rebound goes through the hands of Heckner. It's out of bounds, and it will go back to Valley City State. The Jimmies made a couple of changes as well. Anthony Walters, 6'3 junior from Rosedale, New York, on the floor, as is Carson Woodford, a 6'7 freshman from Redwood Falls, Minnesota. Sam Coppervig to inbound the basketball. It comes into Lamar Grayson on the left wing. Grayson getting a screen, thought about the roll with Stanfield, instead turns it back to Shahid Muhammad. He threw the ball right off the foot of Will Cordes. The Jimmies get an unforced error in transition. 3 from the left wing is off the front of the rim and eventually off on a second kiss, no good, coming from Spencer Barr. A follow-up 3 by Cordes is good from the right ring on an offensive rebound. Spencer Barr, 5'11 sophomore from Aberdeen, South Dakota, threw up the initial three-point shot. And the first one did not fall, but the Jimmies come up with an offensive rebound and cut the Viking lead to 11-10. Coppervig top of the key for Shahid Muhammad. Muhammad working right side, kicking out towards the right corner. Finding Lamar Grayson, crossover dribble on Walters. Back to Muhammad. He'll kick no look, looking for Ladarius Stanfield. That's broken up by the Jimmies, and the ball's run down by Owen Heckner. 11-10, Valley City State with a 1-point lead over the University of Jamestown. Cordes just dribbling all by himself, came to a stop, went bank shot and missed it. Loose ball to Jaden Pacha, who comes up the floor in the dribble, ends up mishandling it and rescues the ball in the right corner, and the Vikings will try to settle in offensively. 13-15 to play in the opening half. Ball top of the key with Pacha. Pacha working left, puts his back in, turns it back out to Shahid Muhammad. Now on top, Coppervig left alone for 3 off the heel of the rim and trickles up and over the backboard. And this will go back to the Jimmies. The Vikings did send in Jaden Pacha, 6'5 senior out of Houston, Texas. Tyrell Krieger will come back into the matchup to replace Lamar Grayson in the Viking lineup. And the Jimmies will send Cole Glasgow back in along with Silas Benyon returning to the game for the University of Jamestown. 7 minutes in, it's 11-10. Valley City State by 1. Benyon left side of the floor looking left corner. Walters for 3, hits it. 41% three-point shooter, and you wouldn't know it because Anthony Walters has the body of a wrestler or a football player, but he's got a great release on the three, and I'm sure he could play just about any activity that he wanted. Stanfield inside with the Vikings down 2 to the Jimmies. Stanfield trying to muscle his way in, instead releases back to Tyrell Krieger. Krieger to Coppervig, right side Shahid Muhammad. Muhammad going between the legs with the dribble, working off towards the right baseline. The dribble, hard jump stop in the paint. Back to Coppervig, and Coppervig travel. That'll turn it back over to the Jimmies, who have a 13-11 lead with 12:25 left to go here in the opening half. Inbounds pass coming into Silas Benyon. Benyon in the middle of the floor finding Carson Woodford. Woodford to Spencer Barr for the Jimmies, and back to Benyon out between the rings. Benyon taking his dribble towards the right, waiting for him, Tyrell Krieger. Anthony Walters on the top of the key. Crossover dribble, works back on top for Cole Glasgow. Shoulder down, offensive foul coming up against Glasgow. First foul on Glasgow. Vikings sold it pretty well. And there's some conversation going on between the Jimmy coaching staff and Cole Glasgow, but not necessarily with the officials. So apparently the Jimmy coaching staff going to say, yeah, shoulder down, you launch a guy, you're going to get called for the offensive foul, and that's what happened in that sequence. We'll see Jerome Washington enter the matchup for the Vikings. 6'5" senior from Andover, Kansas, makes his way on the floor for the first time. He'll replace Coppervig. Krieger out of the left corner. The Vikings down 2 at 13-11. Shahid Muhammad for 3 is off the heel of the rim. Rebound ripped down underneath for the Jimmies by Carson Woodford. And here comes the University of Jamestown up the floor. Ball on the top of the key with Cole Glasgow. Got in the lane. Sends it out to Anthony Walters. He makes his dribble towards the left corner. Put his back to the perimeter. Then turned his way back towards the baseline. Had an opening. Ends up getting rid of it. 3 on the way by Spencer Barr won't fall. Reaching back for the rebound, however, is Carson Woodford. And the Jimmies go back to work with a basketball on the O board. Glasgow reversing back top of the key. Finding Walters. Walters back to the basket on Muhammad. Just muscles him down, and Muhammad stripped him of the basketball. Jimmy crowd wants a foul. They don't get it, but a travel coming up against the Vikings will turn it right back over to the University of Jamestown. Inbounds pass will come in off the far sideline. Silas Benyon is going to step across to play it in for the University of Jamestown. Jimmy's leading 13-11. 11:15 to play in the opening half. They're asking for a shot clock reset, which they will get. And the inbounds play will come out towards the top of the key for Cole Glasgow. Back to Silas Benyon for the Jimmies. Benyon stepping left, steps away from pressure. Krieger looking for a screen, got it from Jimmy Linus. Screen and rolls collapsed upon. Ball's out of bounds off of the Vikings. Jimmy Linus coming back into the game. And Linus ends up losing a basketball. He and Ladarius Stanfield exchanging a lot of contact inside right now on the inbound set piece. Anthony Walters comes up with the inbounds play. Backs his way down on Grindy. Finds a cut across the lane, and Glasgow goes in and scores. 5 different Jimmies have scored, and the lead is now 15-11 in favor of the University of Jamestown. Krieger into the front court for Jerome Washington. Washington curling right elbow. Muhammad trying to kick to the perimeter. Ball knocked loose. Taken by Glasgow. He'll drive his way into the front court. A stop against 3 Vikings inside the paint. Waits for his team to catch up. Finds Linus. And now Walters for 3. That's off the heel of the rim. Muhammad pulls down the board for the Vikings. Vikings still down 4 at 15-11. Muhammad coming to Krieger in the top of the key. Been a bit of an offensive stalemate in the last few moments. Muhammad for 3. Hits it out of the right corner. Shahid Muhammad knocking down his first 3 points of the night. And the Vikings have cut the lead back to a 1-point margin at 15-14. Ball top of the key for Jimmy Linus. Linus stepping right. He'll hand it off to Silas Benyon. Benyon working right side. Spin move in the lane. Kick out towards the left side, finding Glasgow. Now to Anthony Walters. Walters takes a look in between the legs dribble, running hard right side, double pivot to the pass with the finger roll, didn't hit it, but Jimmy Linus with the offensive rebound over the top, and he puts down a big 2-handed dunk for the Jimmies. Linus with 4, grabbing the O board and flushing, same motion, and gets a smile out of it after his first dunk was blocked. Krieger gets to the glass, and will be the recipient of a foul against the University of Jamestown. Linus trying to come back on help side is going to be the guilty party. And that'll take us to a media stoppage as well. Jimmy Linus picks up the foul, and that's going to take us to a media timeout with 9:33 to play in the opening half. Your score is 17-14, Jimmies over the Vikings by 3. This is our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball on Q101 KQDJ FM.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right.
This week at Lever's Foods, save on Bellatoria Ultra Thin Crust Pizza, 2 for $8.48. Farm Rich Appetizers, $4.88 each. Paste, salsa, queso, picante, or taco sauce, $2.99. Fresh lemons or limes, 2 for just $1. And Wholestone all-natural bone-in pork, steak, or country-style ribs, only $2.49 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball. Tyrell Krieger at the foul line for the Vikings at the media stoppage. He knocks down the front end. The Vikings trail the Jimmies by 2 at 17-15. The Vikings shooting 50% from the field. The Jimmies 41%, but the Jimmies 5 more attempts at the basket in the first 10.5 minutes. The Vikings had turned it over 7 times to the Jimmies 4 in the first 10.5 tonight. Tyrell Krieger knocks down both ends, and it's 17-16. The Vikings have cut the Jimmy lead to 1. Silas Benya on the top of the key, looking back to Anthony Walters. Walters, hard take to the basket, pulls up, misses off the front of the rim. Rebound deflected in the lane, and Lamar Grayson back into the game for Valley City State has the basketball. Odi Euro-Lang, Euro step, kick out, Washington, left corner 3, hits it. Jerome Washington knocking down a 3-point shot, and the Vikings will reclaim a 2-point edge at 19-17. Benyon, top of the key to Jimmy Linus. Linus puts his back in on Odi Euro-Lang. Stepping left side, handing off to Anthony Walters. Walters looking, he'll hand it back to Silas Benyon. Benyon driving left, hard take to the basket, finger roll for Silas Benyon. Just a quick first step and explodes past the defense. Benyon has 5, and we are tied at 19 apiece between the Vikings and the Jimmies. Ball up front, Lamar Grayson handing off to Odi Euro-Lang. Olang stepping left side, a stop, back to Grayson. Grayson will hand back to Tyrell Krieger. Krieger going behind the back. Grayson right side. A screen from Washington to try to help Grayson. It'll come back to Washington on the top of the key. And now Olang with it. Olang to Lamar Grayson. Hard take in against Walters and a fall-away jump shot. Lamar hits it. Lamar Grayson with 4. Vikings back up 2 at 21-19 as the teams begin to trade punches once again with 8 minutes to play in the opening half, much the way the game started with some trading back and forth, then fell into a bit of a stalemate. Now things have opened up again out of the media stoppage. Benyon looking right side of the floor, finding his way to Glasgow, and now to Anthony Walters. Walters puts a move on Washington, pulls up mid-range jumper, hit it just inside the 3-point line. Good for 2, but Anthony Walters showing you some range. You get a 41% shooter from beyond the arc. He hits that one just inside the top of the key, and we're even at 21 apiece. Drive right side of the floor, Krieger, reversal to Olang. Caden Grindy with the basketball. Back to Olang on the top of the key. He'll hand to Krieger. Krieger looking on top. Grayson, crossover dribble, got to the basket, count it. Big shot to the basket for Lamar Grayson. He's got 6. Goes opposite hand as well. He was driving with the right hand. Had to come back to his left hand in the air to put that one through. Vikings back up by 2 at 23-21. Benyon on the top of the key for UJ. A step back off the dribble and a 3 that tickles but won't fall. Linus gets fouled going back to the basket. Lamar Grayson gets into Odi Euro-Lang, and Lamar is upset with Odi Euro-Lang all of a sudden. He was waiting for Odi to get back into the play, and apparently Odi Euro-Lang did not get back into the play fast enough for Lamar Grayson's taste, and Lamar lets him hear it as Jimmy Linus will go to the foul line. Grayson picks up his first foul. 7 minutes to play in the opening half. And the first foul shot for Jimmy Linus is good. Linus with 5. We'll see return of Owen Heckner for the University of Jamestown, replacing Anthony Walters. And the Vikings will make a pair of changes. Caden Grindy comes on the floor. The Vikings had 6 out there. Grindy comes off now as Sam Coppervig and Jaden Patcha re-enter. Grindy went down to the bottom of the lane instead of coming off the floor like he was supposed to, and Linus knocks down the back end. Jimmy's tied the game at 23 apiece, and Carson Woodford re-enters the game for the University of Jamestown. Inbounds pass will come in from Sam Coppervig for Valley City State. The Vikings and Jimmy's tied at 23, under 7 to play in the opening half. Coppervig on the right side to Tyrell Krieger. Krieger looking to Lamar Grayson. Patch on the left wing. Back to the top and Lamar. Lamar driving left, puts his back to the basket, reverses back to Krieger on the right side. A bounce pass into Odier Olang. Olang trying to body up inside against Woodford, double pivots, kicks it across the paint, and we see a save attempt on a wild pass to Tyrell Krieger that gets away from him and ends up out of bounds. The Vikings turn it over. 6.5 to play. Earlier tonight, Viking women a 77-74 win over the University of Jamestown. Men tied with the Jimmies at 23 apiece. And UJ back in the front court. Benyon by himself from the foul line. That's usually a recipe for a big opportunity for UJ, but Benyon comes up empty. Jaden Patcha brings the ball back into the front court for the Vikings. Patcha hard take to the baseline. Will draw a foul. Glasgow got over to help defend Patcha's move to the baseline, and it will be Glasgow that picks up his second foul. (23-23) your score, and the Jimmies will put Jaden Patcha on the foul line for Valley City State. First foul shot is good for Patcha, and that will crack the tie in favor of the Vikings. Anthony Walters returns, and Spencer Barr will return as well. 24-23, those two players returning for the Jimmies, and Patcha's back at the foul line for his second. Second one looks long, trickles off the heel of the rim. It'll come back in. Jaden Patcha, 2 of 2 from the foul line. Got some help on the second one from the rim. And the Vikings are back up 2 at 25-23. Carson Woodford with the basketball for the University of Jamestown. Heckner a stop, back to Woodford on top. Heckner off the right, gets jumped on defense by Odier Olang. I'll look down to Woodford on the right block. He'll body to the basket. Woodford being defended by Grayson. Back out to the right side for Spencer Barr. Barr a stop on the perimeter. Bounce pass to Heckner on the top of the key. Couple of crossovers for Heckner with 2 on the shot clock. Heckner pulls up, ends up missing off the heel. Sam Coppervig will win a loose ball rebound for the Vikings. Coppervig to the left side for Odier Olang on the baseline. Olang turning, got to the basket, missed it strong. And Barr the rebound for the University of Jamestown. 5.5 to play in the opening half. Will Cordes off the right side of the floor. Cordes back to Walters, and we've got a whistle and something on a foul inside. They're going to get Odier Olang away from the basketball. Be Olang's first. And Ladarius Stanfield will come back into the matchup for the Vikings with 5:27 left to go here in the first half. Cordes will inbound. He'll work to the right side of the floor and is able to find Carson Woodford. Woodford back to the top. Heckner, Anthony Walters. Walters stepping towards the left elbow. A stop and go dribble on Lamar Grayson. Walters got inside. Counted 1 for Anthony Walters. That's just an absolute mismatch. There is nothing that Lamar Grayson is going to be able to do in that situation. And Lamar Grayson picks up his second. Those of you that are watching on video streaming tonight on newsdakota.com, the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, you'll see the difference in the size of these two players. There's just, a chance for Lamar Grayson to body up, and all he can really do is foul at that moment. And the physicality of Anthony Walters is going to allow him to finish that shot a number of times. He also knocks down the foul shot. He's got 8. And the Jimmies are back up 1 at 26-25. Patcha spin move to the glass. Jaden Patcha, the finger roll will score. Back to a 1-point lead for the Vikings at 27-26. Barr looking back to the middle of the floor for Woodford. Now Barr off the left wing for UJ. Looking back left side, hands off for Anthony Walters. He'll pummel his way towards the foul line. A step back, follow away jump shot that misses. and Tyrell Krieger comes up with it. Walters finding his spot again just inside the three-point line. Vikings back into the front court. Pacha stepping right off to Shahid Muhammad. Muhammad a behind-the-back dribble to Pacha. Right side three, rolls off the front of the rim. And a rebound to Carson Woodford for the University of Jamestown. 1 point Viking lead, 27-26. 4:20 to play here in the opening half. Ball up the right side for Will Cordes. He'll work back to Owen Heckner on the left wing. Anthony Walters on top. Walters taking a look back to Heckner. Heckner stepping his way to the top of the key. Shot clock 10 seconds. Heckner working back outside for Spencer Barr. Back to Heckner, who draws a crowd in the post. Ran over Coppervig, no call there, and Heckner will turn and knock down a follow-away hook shot. Coppervig may have made a pretty hard sell. The official looking right at it and said, no, I don't think that was contact. I think that was, well, a sales pitch. And the Jimmy score to make it 28-27 UJ. Shahid Muhammad on top to Pacha. Pacha stop, back to Tyrell Krieger, top of the key, driving against Cordes. Now picked up by Heckner on a switch. A crossover dribble by Krieger to Ladarius Stanfield in the foul line. He'll pull up a jump shot. It's strong. Rebound Anthony Walters for the University of Jamestown. 3.5 minutes to play here in the opening half of basketball. On top, Owen Heckner circling right for the Jimmies. Heckner will hand it back inside for Woodford. Now Cordes comes over to post up. Cordes posting on Muhammad, then falling away, and he left it short. Shahid Muhammad coming back to the play for the rebound for Valley City State. Vikings back in the front court, working left side, split a double team. High teardrop type of shot for Muhammad that comes up strong, but a foul coming up against the University of Jamestown. Owen Heckner has his second. Yeah, one of the members of the coaching staff for the University of Jamestown trying to argue that play, and the official gave him a look like, no, I'm not having it. We've got a little, and the conversation is still going on right now. First foul shot is on the way, and I don't think the official is really interested in even having that conversation. Muhammad comes up empty on the front end. You just try to read faces in situations like that, and the grimace from that official about the conversation that's being had just kind of indicates to you that he doesn't see it the same way, let's put it that way. Muhammad hits the back end. We're even at 28. 3 minutes to play in the opening half of basketball. Jimmy's with it. Heckner in the backcourt. Jimmy Linus, backdoor cut. Silas Benyon all the way to the basket. Count it. Silas Benyon took some body as well. The Jimmies wanted a timeout that they won't get. The Vikings will come into the front court with a basketball. Silas Benyon has 7. Tyrell Krieger on the right side of the floor. Working inside against Heckner, stops on the foul line. Spins it back to Coppervig and now Shahid Muhammad. Muhammad taking a step against Barr. Shot clock approaching 10. Muhammad hands to Ladarius Stanfield. The ball spun loose. Loose basketball to Silas Benyon. Here come the Jimmies after the turnover. Benyon, hard take to the basket. Missed that. Rebound off the hands of Walters, not a bounce. They're going to say off of a Viking. So it'll stay Jimmy basketball. And Will Cordes will come back into the matchup to replace Owen Heckner. Benyon will step across the baseline for the University of Jamestown to play it in. More contact between Linus and Stanfield underneath the basket. Linus will take it. He'll put his back to the basket off the left block, just turns, comes over the hook shot, scores it over Ladarius Stanfield. Again, there's a couple of mismatches for the Jimmies against the Vikings that Valley City State's really going to struggle with, and one of those is Linus against almost anybody. And when a guard is defending Anthony Walters, it's just really hard to win those matchups for anyone for Valley City State. Krieger on the top of the key, Jaden Pacha. Crossover, hard take to the basket. Nice play by Pacha. Got to the basket, uses the glass and scores his 6th. Driving in against Jimmy Linus. Lead is 2 for the Jimmies at 32-30 with 1:45 to play in the opening half of basketball. Benyon calling out the play for the University of Jamestown. Benyon stepping left side, looking that way, waiting for a screen, then without taking the screen, just flies at 3 and hits it. Silas Benyon bluffing his intentions, and the Vikings will take a 30-second timeout. So the Vikings will call for timeout with 1:29 left to go in the opening half. It's a 30-second timeout. And the Vikings with a 5-point deficit to deal with right now at 35-30. Tomorrow we're back at it again. It's the Vikings and Dickinson State University here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Women's game at 3, the men's game at 5. And we'll get underway about 2:40, 2:45 with the pregame report coming up tomorrow. Stay with us for that. For those of you on the radio side of things, those games will move back to KOVC. So join us for those coming up tomorrow. Tonight on Q101 to service both the Jamestown and Valley City listening area. Tomorrow, we'll have David Burrell, the voice of the Jimmies, back with the University of Jamestown, making the trip to the Louis Lee to take on Mayville State for a Saturday afternoon for both the men and the women. That should be a really good women's matchup. Couple of teams receiving votes in the poll. On top, Jaden Pacha for Valley City State. Oda Eurolang looking at Tyrell Krieger. Off a screen, Shahid Muhammad. He'll work to the right side. A kick out. And a three by Sam Coppervig. Knock it down. Sam Coppervig becomes the 8th Viking to score tonight. Hits from the right corner. Vikings back within 2 at 35-33. Spencer Barr for the Jimmies off the left wing. Curling back to the top. Ball ends up rolling between his legs. He reinitiates the dribble off the floor. Drives against Coppervig. Turn, double pivot. Coppervig blocked his shot. Spencer Barr put a shoulder in. The Vikings come away with the basketball. Shahid Muhammad long stretch pass. Back to Tyrell Krieger into the front court. And the Vikings go to work. Coppervig ball faking against Benyon. A stop. Works back to the top for Muhammad. He'll be picked up by Will Cordes. Muhammad crossover dribble. Hard take to the basket. Missed it strong. Trying to go a little teardrop off the glass. Ends up missing it off the front of the rim. And Cordes will bring the ball back up front for the University of Jamestown. With the clock down to 23 seconds, the shot clock differential about 3.5 seconds. The Jimmies can play for almost the final possession. Anthony Walters looks in at Will Cordes, who makes a baseline cut. Ball goes to Silas Benyon, got between two defenders and scores off the glass. Silas Benyon, quiet in the early going, quietly up to 12 points. The lead is 4 for the Jimmies at 37-33, and will pull up by Tyrell Krieger at the horn is empty. And that'll be the end of the opening half of basketball here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. 37-33, the University of Jamestown leading Valley City State by 4 as we make our way to the intermission. And we'll have our halftime look in a couple of moments, along with some of the highlights from the opening half of basketball, so do stay with us. This is our coverage of Viking basketball and Jimmy basketball on Q101 KQDJ-FM. We're back with more in just a couple of moments.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmies.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make everything right.
This week at Lever's Foods, save on Bellatoria Ultra Thin Crust Pizza, 2 for $8.48. Farm Rich Appetizers, $4.88 each. Paste, salsa, queso, picante, or taco sauce, $2.99. Fresh lemons or limes, 2 for just $1. And Wholestone all-natural bone-in pork steak or country-style ribs, only $2.49 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball. As those of you that are watching on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also newsdakota.com tonight, you're seeing the Valley City Highlights dance team in action. This Highlights dance team recently competed at a national event in Florida and placed runner-up in one of the events and placed just outside of the finals in another of those events. It was the kick team that finished runner-up in that event. And in the hip-hop category, they were just outside of making the finals. It was a heck of a trip and the highest finish that the Highlights dance team has had. And they came here tonight to perform in front of this Viking and Jimmy crowd here this evening. And we welcome you back to Viking and Jimmy basketball tonight here on Q101, KQDJ-FM, and coverage on our web stream tonight. You can find that at newsdakota.com and also at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel for those of you looking for video. Your score at the end of the half, the Jimmies 37 and the Vikings 33. The University of Jamestown really taking care of the basketball well in the first half. The Vikings sort of thrive on forcing turnovers. That's been the mantra of Ryan Montgomery's teams here in Valley City. But the Jimmies commit just 4 first half turnovers. The Vikings committed 9 first half turnovers. And that was a big part of the difference out there. Also 5 offensive rebounds for the University of Jamestown to just a single offensive rebound for Valley City State. The Jimmies won the rebounding battle 15-14, but 5-0 boards, and you force 9 turnovers, and you've got an opportunity at a good look at second chance points throughout the course of that first half, and Jimmy's were able to take advantage of some of that out there. A big first half for Silas Benyon, and it all came basically in the final 12 minutes or so of that first half. He really found his groove going into the locker room with 12 points to lead the way for the University of Jamestown. The Vikings had 7 from Odi Uro-Lang to lead the way, and 8 different men score in the first half of basketball. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we had for you. Our highlights are brought to you by newsdakota.com, and we start taking a look at just a few of those. We had some fireworks in this one early. Ladarius Stanfield gets an opportunity to put a basketball down. Stanfield curling open right there on the baseline. That was after a dunk from Jimmy Linus had been blocked on the other end, but Jimmy Linus isn't going to be denied. Here's a missed shot by Anthony Walters, and Jimmy Linus goes up and has a couple of things to say in that sequence as well. And then Anthony Walters, just big, using his muscle. The Vikings had some defensive mishaps that they just weren't able to figure out in that first half, and defending Anthony Walters with a guard was one of those in the process, and the Jimmies take a 37-33 lead at the break. Individual numbers that we have for you in that first half of basketball for the Jimmies. 12 points, as we mentioned, for Silas Benyon to lead the way. Jimmy Linus, 8 points and a pair of rebounds. Owen Heckner scored 4. Will Cordes scored 3. Anthony Walters scored 8 with 2 rebounds as well. We missed him as we were going through the rundown here. Cole Glasgow with 2. And I believe we mentioned Will Cordes with 3 for UJ. For the Vikings were led in the opening half by 7 points from Odi Uro-Lang. Did not have a rebound, did Odier. 6 points for Jaden Patch, a couple of boards. Lamar Grayson, 6 points and 3 rebounds for the Vikings. Shaheed Muhammad scored 4. Sam Coppervig scored 3 with a rebound. Jerome Washington hit a 3 as well. Tyrell Krieger with 2. Also 2 points for Ladarius Stanfield, and I may have missed Lamar. I think I got him, but just in case, Lamar Grayson with 6 points and 3 rebounds, and only 11 minutes for Valley City State in that first half, as they're allowing him to kind of get his wind after a week last week where Lamar Grayson was ill. One of those nights was unable to even be with the team on the bench, and the second time around was able to at least be on the bench, but in street clothes. Tonight he's in the lineup, and again, 11 minutes, kind of played him sparingly. Also had some foul trouble, which was a part of that situation as well for the Vikings in that scenario. So the Vikings trailing by 4 earlier tonight. The Viking women with a 77-74 victory over the University of Jamestown. Come back from behind. They were down 70-62, went on an 8-0 run to tie the game at 70. And then some big buckets down the stretch. A 3 by Abby Osleson gave the Vikings a lead late. And the game-winning bucket from Elise Hebrink on a drive to the basket ended up being the difference as the Vikings go on to win and get to 5-6 in league play. The Jimmy women fell to 6-5 in conference play, and the Vikings end up taking 2 out of 3 from the Jimmies this season. And that is a look at your halftime summary here tonight on Q101 and also on our media web streaming at newsdakota.com and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. We'll come back with more, talk about that schedule coming up for the Vikings in the future. It's busy right about now. We've got some more basketball coming up tomorrow here at the Fieldhouse. 37-33, the Jimmies by 4 over the Vikings. And we're back with more in a couple of moments. This is Viking and Jimmy basketball.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC. Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball tonight here on Q101 KQDJ-FM from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse here in Valley City. We're at halftime, 37-33. The Jimmies lead the Vikings by 4 this evening. Latest that we have from the National Weather Service. Again, things picked up on us a little bit when it comes down to what's going on out there with our winter weather scenario. The winter storm, well, it was a winter weather advisory, and it still is for those of us in Jamestown and Valley City, but it was converted into a winter storm warning. So what ended up happening was at the beginning of the day, a winter weather advisory was out there for the counties to our south. Those counties like Lemoore, Dickey, Ransom, Sargent, Logan, McIntosh. And we were just sort of watching the weather to see what might happen. Well, as the night moved on, they placed Valley City and Jamestown, Stutzman and Barnes County, also Cass County, into a winter weather advisory, and a winter storm warning has now been issued for Kidder County, Burleigh County, Emmons, Logan, McIntosh, Lemoore, Dickey, Ransom, Sargent, Richland counties. They've expanded that winter storm warning to include the counties in South Dakota directly south of Linton and Ashley down the US 83 corridor, and that winter storm warning moves its way into central Minnesota down the I-94 corridor as well. They're now talking about snow totals 3 to 5 inches for those of us in Jamestown and Valley City, but 5 to 8 inches coming down at a rate of about an inch or two an hour throughout the course of this particular storm system. So, yeah, it's a thing out there. Again, right now 3 to 5 inches, and the winter weather advisory is in effect for the Jamestown area until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. For the Valley City area, it's in effect until noon tomorrow afternoon. But 3 to 5 inches expected on both ends as this thing decides to move through. Now, it's been a while since we took a look at the North Dakota road conditions out there to see what's going on there. Try to get a look at what those look like right now if we can. And let's see. Travel alert is out for basically all the counties south of the Highway 200 corridor at this point. So Stutzman, Barnes, Cass, Richland down in the Wahpeton area, Ransom, Sargent, Lemoore, Dickey, Logan, McIntosh, Emmons, Kidder, Burley, and then over onto the other side of the river as well, Morton, Grant, Sioux counties, all in a travel alert at this point. Nothing's closed, but the roads are listed as snow covered, basically from 200, the Highway 200 corridor south. So you draw a line essentially from like Carrington over to Cooperstown, over to Hillsboro, and over to Highway 83. And then everything south of that is basically listed as snow covered at this point. So definitely a thing going on out there, travel becoming more and more difficult as the night moves on. And we'll just try to keep you up to date with the very latest that we can as we go along. But we're fortunate in this situation that Valley City State and the University of Jamestown, separated by just 30 miles, able to, I guess, handle, if you will, the strain of going those 30 miles on roads that might be a little questionable at that point. But that's something to keep an eye on. We'll keep you posted, obviously, as things change. As far as the upcoming schedule is concerned for the Vikings, tomorrow, day number 2 of the Bison Open Track and Field Championships, obviously over in Fargo. Also tomorrow and tonight, baseball plays at Graceland University. That's down in Kansas City. And that got moved around a little bit due to the plan for inclement weather down in Kansas City as well. But when the bat sports start playing, they just kind of play whenever they can, right? Softball tomorrow. The Vikings softball team in action against Dakota Wesleyan and Northern State. I believe that's who they're playing tomorrow, is Dakota Wesleyan and Northern State, to finish up their time under the dome over at the University of Jamestown. And tomorrow, of course, women's and men's basketball here as Dickinson State comes to town. And tomorrow for the Jimmies, they're on the road at Mayville State University for women's and men's basketball. The Jimmies will also continue to host the Dome Day, so they're playing underneath the dome as well, getting softball started. And next weekend, more baseball at Moore, Oklahoma, Randall University. And women's and men's basketball will take place with Bellevue University and then Dakota State coming up next weekend as well. Sounds like I should try to make that trip to Moore, Oklahoma. I bet there won't be snow on the ground there. Owen Heckner for the Jimmies as the Jimmy move right to left to start the second half. Heckner, a turnaround fall away in the lane that's missed off the heel. Odeiro Lang with a rebound for the Vikings. It's 37-33. The University of Jamestown leads Valley City State by 4 as we start the second half. Coppervig into the corner for Tyrell Krieger. Into Odeiro Lang, matched up with Linus. Olang trying to back him down, a stop. Backdoor cut to Lamar Grayson through the lane. Grayson a spin, came back to his right and scores on the baseline. Quick turn and score by Lamar Grayson. He's got 8. And the lead has been cut to 2 at 37-35. Benyon for 3, put it back to 5. Silas Benyon with 15. This Jimmy men's team, they share one thing in common with the women. There always seems to be another option. They don't get tunnel visioned with their offense. They seem to have a lot of options, and they're very good at working them. They know exactly where to go with the basketball. Lamar Grayson, a reversal to Odeiro Lang on top. Tyrell Krieger, catch and shoot threes off the heel. Krieger scored just on foul shots tonight, doesn't have a field goal. Silas Benyon up front for the Jimmies after the rebound. Heckner into the left elbow, pulls up on a jump shot, missed it. Rebound strong into the lane, and Caden Grindy was able to fight it free. And the loose ball picked up by Sam Coppervig for Valley City State. 40-35, the Vikings down 5. Olang driving it on Benyon, and then a travel coming up. Olang dragged his pivot foot as he came to a stop. Ball heads back to the Jimmies on a turnover. Want to give a shout out to Jaden Babiak, who has been my partner in broadcasting with Valley City State throughout the course of the year. he really grew into that role well. I really enjoyed working with him. We won't see him much now, if at all, because he's obviously a baseball player with that Viking baseball team, but really enjoyed having him along for the broadcast this year. It was a heck of a lot of fun to get together with Jaden every night. We're going to miss that part of it. Foul coming up inside as Jimmy Linus got tangled up with Tyrell Krieger. And Krieger will pick up his first foul tonight. It'll be the opener against the Vikings in the second half. And Jimmy Linus will inbound the basketball Silas Benyon will inbound to Jimmy Linus for the Jimmies. And Linus back to the basket on Odair Olang. Olang trying to post him up. Foul coming up against Odair, hands on. That's an absolute chess match tonight. Odair Olang with his second. Both of those men trying to see who's going to break. Silas Benyon to inbound. Here's another foul against Odair. Threw a little body in on Jimmy Linus. Linus fell down, and that's going to necessitate Odair Olang coming out of the lineup for the Vikings. Oseno Nagome will come in to replace him. 6'7" senior out of Osseo, Minnesota. Nagome comes on for his first play of the night. Will Cordes will inbound the basketball for the Jimmies. He'll come into Silas Benyon on the right side. Now Nagome comes out and throws a body on Silas Benyon. Benyon to stop, reversal top of the key, finding Cole Glasgow. Glasgow into Linus, trying to back his way down, and Linus a two-hand slam. More of Jimmy Linus just spinning around Lamar Grayson, and every time that the Jimmies have been able to get a mismatch with Lamar Grayson, the Jimmies are winning the battle. Poor Lamar, just undersized to try to defend Anthony Walters and Jimmy Linus in the post. That's just not a recipe for success. A pull-up by Grayson for the left elbow won't fall on a rebound foul. They're going to keep it with the Vikings, it would appear. The foul will go against Cole Glasgow, his third. Tyrell Krieger will inbound the basketball. And here comes Anthony Walters again for the Jimmies. You know, I don't know how someone didn't talk Anthony Walters into playing football. I'm sure somebody tried at some point. Inbounds pass to Oseno Nagome. Krieger, left side. I'm not talking about for the Jimmies, just in his career. That guy is built like a running back, just a fullback that would run you over. Ball knocked loose. Krieger trying to chase it down. Silas Benyon got to it. The ball is out of bounds, and they're going to call something against the Jimmies, I believe. Silas Benyon's going to be called for a foul. They're going to say that Silas Benyon threw a forearm into Tyrell Krieger that knocked him down. And so the foul against Silas Benyon will give the ball back to the Vikings. 42-35 Jimmies. In a herky-jerky second half, Grayson driving to the basket will score. Quick step off the right sideline. Grayson's got 12. Lead cut back to 5 at 42-37. Ball near side of the floor picked up by Will Cordes for the Jimmies. And Owen Heckner into the front court. And now we've got a whistle. And let's see what's going to happen here. Now this must be a clock situation. Shot clock came undone. They'll set it to 22. The Jimmies will take advantage of the opportunity to make changes, however. Linus and Benyon are going to step off the floor. Spencer Barr comes back in to replace Benyon. And we'll see Carson Woodford step in to replace Jimmy Linus. Cordes on the top of the key for the Jimmies. A look, hands it off to the right side for Spencer Barr. Now Anthony Walters to step on Krieger. Walters spinning his way back to the baseline. He'll go to the basket and score. He just knows how to use that football playing body as well. Got Tyrell Krieger moving laterally, opened up something on Tyrell Krieger's right, and then took that left-hand dribble and got in with the body as well. Grindy a three that comes up no good. A rebound tussle won by Woodford, and a foul coming up as Oseno Nagome, spinning back to the basketball, ends up putting a knee into Woodford's head, and Nagome will pick up his first personal foul. So Oseno Nagome has his first. The ball will stay with the Jimmies. It's 44-37. University of Jamestown by 7. Heckner in the backcourt, working right side, finds Will Cordes streaking up front. Cordes stepping away from pressure. Goes to his left hand, spins his way back down the lane against Copperving. Kick out right side, Heckner taking the basketball. A stop, reversal to Barr into the corner for Walters. Walters hard take in the lane. Jump stop looking down low, high low, broken up. Intended for Woodford, the Vikings broke it away. No look pass to Grayson, went to the glass with a bad angle and comes up empty. And the rebound comes down with Heckner, and now the Jimmy's up the floor 2-on-1. Walters finishing himself, count and one. Anthony Walters to the basket, will score his 12th, and is on his way to the foul line as he's fouled by Sam Coppervig. Coppervig with his first. Take a look at it again on the NewsDakota.com replay, and this is just Anthony Walters with a body that you can't defend. Coppervig waiting, and Walters uses the shoulder, dips it. But, you know, the talent there is that Walters dips the shoulder but doesn't lead with it. You know, he doesn't keep going. He uses the shoulder to get a body reaction from you and then turns against your reaction and finds his way to the basket. It's cagey is what it is. We can talk all we want to about Walters' ability athletically, but he plays the brain part of the game extremely well on that take to the basket and makes him extremely difficult to defend. Lead is 10 for the Jimmies now at 47-37 over the Vikings. Lamar Grayson flexing his way with a little motion offense into the lane. He'll hand it back to Tyrell Krieger, moving from right to left. Krieger a stop. Grayson comes in the lane, fronted by Walters. Grayson, double pivot, goes up hard against Walters and misses off the heel. Nagome comes down with an offensive rebound. Vikings back to work. Coppervig looking down at Nagome, broken up. It'll stay Viking basketball, ends up out of bounds. Inbounds pass will come in from Krieger. And Krieger will play it in. Coppervig cuts to the basket. Ball comes back out left side for Lamar Grayson. Grayson back to Krieger off a screen. Krieger looking down low. Nagome back out. Pacha left alone for three. Trickles around and won't fall. Carson Woodford with the rebound for the Jimmies. And they can start to really stretch their lead. Already leading by 10. Up the floor looking for more. Cordes on the top of the key. Barr looking left side to Walters. Walters takes a look in. Curls his way towards the left elbow. Little crossover dribble. Stop. Back towards the top. They go high-low. Woodford. It's broken up, but the Jimmies keep it. Spencer Barr, a right side three that's off the glass. And a rebound comes down with Lamar Grayson for the Vikings. Grayson behind the back dribble. Krieger following. Catch and shoot three that's strong. And a rebound for the Jimmies comes back the other way. Spencer Barr into the front court for the University of Jamestown. He'll hand it off. Anthony Walters working his way back on top. Walters back to Barr, right sideline, into the corner. Able to find Glasgow. Glasgow reverses back to Barr on the top of the key. Screen set by Woodford. Barr uses it. Reverses to Glasgow. And now Walters jab stepping on Tyrell Krieger. Shot clock at 5. Walters spin. Krieger stripped him. Shot clock's down to 2. Krieger stripped him again, and he'll not get a shot away. Well, that took every ounce of defense that Tyrell Krieger could come up with to stop Anthony Walters, and the shot clock was the, I guess you could say, aid in the way that worked. That was a hard defensive possession, one-on-one between Krieger and Walters, and that time Krieger won it. 47-37, Jimmy's by 10. 14 minutes to play second half. Grayson out between the rings, backs up to the stripe. He'll work his way towards the right. Now comes back left. Oh, he found a wide open lane. He goes to the glass and scores. Lamar Grayson has all 8 first half points for the Vikings, or rather second half points for the Vikings, and the Vikings will call for timeout. It's a 30-second timeout with 13:50 to play here in the second half. Watch that play again for Lamar Grayson. NewsDakota.com replay for those of you in the video coverage. Grayson just isolating for himself. And a lane just opened up after he got by the first wave and found an easy path to the basket on the back end of that. Vikings back within 8 at 47-39. 13:50 remaining in the second half. We have an opportunity to take a look at some scores that have come in tonight in the league. Women's basketball, men's basketball. We'll try to pick up perhaps, if we can, a couple of games in progress here tonight. Dakota State and Bellevue playing the travel partner game this weekend. And as usual, with things going on down there, it's tough to pick up any of the live stats at all. And let's see. Well, we'll start with women's play. Usually doesn't take this many mouse clicks. The Jimmies have the basketball. They'll come into the front court with the basketball. Cordes giving it away to Spencer Barr for the University of Jamestown. 47-39. Jimmy's leading by 8 with the basketball. Dakota State beats Bellevue tonight in women's play, 72-60. That game coming to a final and Dakota State's 10-1 in the league. Linus inside, turn, hook shot missed. Rebound in and out of the hands of Noseno Nagome. And Oseno comes up with the rebound for the Vikings. The Vikings get a stop on Jimmy Linus, who returns to the game out of the Viking timeout. A drive left baseline, Jaden Patcha going in with the left hand, he'll score. Patcha with 8 points. Vikings back within 6 by a score of 47-41. Try to get a score in that men's game for you down there. A pull-up in the lane by Woodford that ends up missing. Rebound actually was Cole Glasgow with the little teardrop pull-up. He missed it. The Vikings come away with the basketball. Chance now for the Vikings to cut a one-time 10-point lead to 4 or possibly 3, but Patcha throws one away. Lamar Grayson takes a deflected ball from Silas Binion into Oseno Nagome. Back to Grayson, a drive to the basket. He got stripped by Glasgow. Couple of turnovers for the Vikings in that sequence. Lead still 6 for the Jimmies at 47-41. Owen Heckner taking a look in. Jimmy Linus defended by Grayson. It's not going to work. And Linus comes down hard on the floor after Oseno Nagome came flying in from the perimeter. The Jimmy crowd is incensed on its feet. Linus is on the floor injured, and we have yet to see a call after a whistle. No one called for a foul yet, anyway. And apparently, the University of Jamestown is going to be credited with a 30-second timeout. So a timeout was taken. They're going to say Jimmy Linus called for it as he was falling down. So Ryan Montgomery's frustrated that the Jimmies were allowed to keep the basketball. He thought it should have been a turnover, but the Jimmy crowd saw Oseno Nagome come flying in from the perimeter and making some contact, and they felt like Nagome should have been called for a foul. So neither team, neither side comes away happy after that. In the women's matchup down at Bellevue, or rather in the men's matchup, I should say, Dakota State and Bellevue tied at 50 apiece. Trojans and the Bruins 50 each, just inside of 7 minutes to go in the second half in that matchup. Get a score in men's basketball tonight between Dickinson State and Mayville State. Right now, Mayville State leading by 1 over Dickinson State, 56-55. And now we've got a foul coming up against Jaden Patcha in the post for the Vikings on the inbounds play. Patcha has his first. This one's starting to boil down a little bit. I'm not sure if we're making progress or not in this moment, if you know what I mean. Jimmy's with the basketball. They got Linus inside again. Linus got stripped of the basketball and a foul coming up. Nagome, Patcha, Copperbig were all there. And this is going to go against Jaden Patcha, his second. The Vikings have already committed 17 fouls, and we have not yet played 8 minutes. Try to get a score on that final women's game tonight between Dickinson State and Mayville State. That would be the last one to check at this point. First foul shot for Linus is good. Linus with his first scoring in the second half. He's now got 9. Mayville State just rolls Dickinson State tonight up in Mayville. 95-59 was the final score. They outscored Dickinson State 28-9 in the third quarter. Jimmy Linus knocks down the back end. Linus has 10, 49-41. Jimmy's 95-59. Mayville State putting up 95 points tonight. Drive to the basket. Lamar Grayson will score. Grayson with 10 in the second half, 16 for the game. Mackenzie Hughes, 28 tonight from Mayville State. Alex Page with 25. Jess Mertens with 16. 3 off the near side coming from Heckner that misses. Linus came up with a rebound, tried to deflect it to the perimeter, and ends up having the ball knocked away by the Vikings. And then Silas Binion will commit a foul, holding up Shahid Muhammad coming up the floor. Those 3 for Mayville State, the mileage the Comets have been able to get out of those players. Mackenzie Hughes out of Thompson, Alex Page out of Grand Forks Red River, Jess Mertens out of Devils Lake. Page and Mertens transfers from the University of Minnesota Crookston. If you're a fan of girls basketball in North Dakota, you know those names, and they just beat up on Dickinson State tonight, 95-59. Nagome, top of the key, Grayson. A step back to the foul line, pull-up jump shot, in and out for Grayson. A rebound to Owen Heckner inside for the University of Jamestown. Here, The Jimmies lead the Vikings 49-43 with 11:15 to play in the second half. Benyon looking left side of the floor. Lobs one down to Linus, another dunk. The high-low, and Linus has got 12. The Vikings, I don't know if they have an answer to try to stop Jimmy Linus, and when Anthony Walters is in the game, it's about the same story right now. The Vikings just trying to manufacture some offense to stay with them. Pacha, Lamar Grayson, back to the corner for Sam Coppervig. Coppervig rotates his way back top of the key. Grayson looking, stopping. Back to Coppervig on the near side. Pacha driving left. Hard take into the lane. Had the ball stripped loose. Loose basketball picked up by Cole Glasgow. Here come the Jimmies down numbers up the floor. Cordes, a transition three is off the back end of the rim. Rebound, Oseno to go. Jimmies thought that one was going down. They were looking for a big momentum-type swinging play there. Coppervig steps his way to the foul line. Back to Pacha. He'll split a double team. Oseno to go on the right, slipped, but was able to kick the ball back to Grayson. Three by Coppervig is good. As close to a hometown boy as the Vikings have on this team, his dad, Mike Coppervig, led the Highlanders to a state tournament in '93. Mom's Beth Verway. The two come together, and they've got a basketball-playing family out in Central Cass from Castleton. Coppervig up the floor with Lamar Grayson after the Jimmies miss a three. A stop by Grayson, the foul line. Turns it back off to the top for Coppervig, and now Shahid Muhammad. Muhammad stepping left. He'll go left corner. Nagom, baseline jump shot. That trickles off. Rebound deflected loose, and Coppervig comes up with an O-board, snaring it from the backside. Pacha, top of the key. He'll hand it back to Grayson on the near side of the floor. Grayson steps his way out to the circle. Shot clock's at 10 seconds. Grayson to the right, a stop. Tried to pull up and got Benyon up in the air. And that's enough to draw a foul against Silas Benyon. That's going to take us to the media stoppage. It's been an interesting game here in the second half. It's been rough and tumble, it's been herky-jerky, and it's still a 5-point game. The University of Jamestown 51, Valley City State 46. 9:29 left to play in the second half. We're back with more after our timeout from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. This is our coverage of Viking basketball and Jimmy basketball on Q101 KQDJ FM.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Timeout taken for media with 9:29 to play in the second half. The Viking men trailing the University of Jamestown 51-46 here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse on campus of Valley City State University. And we'll see Lamar Grayson going to the foul line for Valley City State. Grayson stands ready, and his first is short. Lamar has 10 of the Vikings' 15 points in the second half. A 16-point performer tonight. We've got numbers at the media break that we'll run through for you. Second is no good for Grayson, but the rebound deflected out to the perimeter by Caden Grindy, and the Vikings have the basketball back. Shahid Muhammad stepping his way towards the left elbow. Back to Grayson. Grayson taking a look. Crossover dribble. Hard take right hand to the basket. Count it for Lamar Grayson. Grayson with 12 of his 18 now in the second half. And the Vikings have cut a one-time 10-point Jimmy lead down to 3 at 51-48. Owen Heckner, top of the key to Anthony Walters, back in the game for the Jimmies. He'll work right side against Grindy. Got Grindy in the air. That's an easy and one for Anthony Walters. I mean, you get a man up in the air like that and you're Anthony Walters, you're going to be able to withstand just about any kind of contact and be able to finish. Lamar Grayson will step off. Tyrell Krieger back in. Jaden Pacha will come back into the game for Caden Grindy. Carson Woodford returns for Jimmy Linus for the Jimmies. Numbers at the break, Silas Binion, 15 points. Jimmy Linus, 14 and 3 rebounds. Anthony Walters, 13 and 2 rebounds. The Vikings with 14 from Lamar Grayson, 7 from Odier Lang. Grayson has 4 rebounds as well. 4 rebounds for Osena Dagoma in short time here tonight. Bucket's good for Walters on the foul shot, and it's back to a 6-point lead for the Jimmies, 54-48. Odier Lang, hard take to the basket, he'll score. Olang's minutes limited here in the second half due to some early foul trouble. Vikings back within 4 at 54-50. 8.5 to go in the second half. Heckner front court working left side. Walters jab stepping against Jerome Washington. Walters a stop, looking back towards the left. Hands the ball back to Owen Heckner. A 3, hit it, and 1 for Owen Heckner. Jaden Pacha gets his third. Heckner steps into a 3 and connects, and will go to the foul line, hitting the act of shooting. Just like that, 3-possession lead for the Jimmies, and a chance to grow it to 8. Owen Heckner will eye up the foul line and will eye up the basket and try to finish a 4-point play for the University of Jamestown, and he finishes. Owen Heckner now with 8, and it's 58-50. The Jimmies right back up by big numbers. They led by 10. The Vikings cut the lead to 3, and just like that, it's a big run for the University of Jamestown. Call it a 6-0 run, 4-point play and a bucket that pushes the lead back to 8. Tyro Krieger backcourt against Will Cordes. Krieger driving right side, got to the baseline. A stop and a kick out. Odier Lang open from the left corner. 3 on the way as an air ball. Rebound picked loose by Jerome Washington against Anthony Walters, but Walters able to hold on and pick up the loose basketball for the Jimmies. Barr up front, back to Walters on the top of the key. Walters crossing his dribble, drives against Shahid Muhammad to the glass, counted again. Anthony Walters. That time it was Shahid Muhammad, but the Vikings really just don't have a guard to try to defend Walters in that situation. Ball top of the key, Pacha, Shahid Muhammad, Olang, Jerome Washington to Pacha, 5 out for the Vikings. And now Pacha step towards the left side. Comes back to Jerome Washington. Tyrell Krieger on the top of the key. Krieger a step back, drew a defender, opens up Pacha. 3 on the way, that won't fall. Now a rebound foul. No. Foul on the floor against the Jimmies. Actually be on the shot. Pacha's gonna take 3 foul shots. And Cole Glasgow picks up his 4th personal foul. So Jaden Pacha goes to the foul line for the Vikings. And Pacha's first is on the way, and it's no good off the heel of the rim. Lead is 10 for the Jimmies at 60-50. With 7:30 to play in the second half. And Pacha finding himself back at the foul line for the Vikings. Number 2 is on the way. That one will fall. Gives him 9. Owen Heckner and Silas Binion return. And we'll see Will Cordes coming off the floor, along with Cole Glasgow for the Jimmies. Vikings back within 9. Trying to cut it to 8. And the third is good. Pacha knocks down 2 on a 3. 60-52. The Vikings back within 8 points. But can they find the defensive matchups they need to try to come up with stops down the stretch? That's the real question if you're a Vikings fan. If you're a Jimmy's fan, you know where the matchups are, and it's right here. Anthony Walters spinning his way in on Washington to the glass counter. Anthony Walters just kind of put the dribble down, and everybody isolated. Jerome Washington did his best, but Walters makes it 62-52. Ball top of the key with Odier Lang for the Vikings. He looked to hand off to Shahid Muhammad. Gets a screen, does Muhammad. Hands it back to Pacha. Now Odier. Odier a step. Look off the right side. Jerome Washington. Washington will stop. Works back to the top of the key for Tyrell Krieger. Krieger spin move. Got in. Pulls up from 14 feet. It's off the heel of the rim. Rebound Carson Woodford for the Jimmies and a foul as Krieger came over the top to pressure Woodford with the basketball. And that will put the Jimmies on the line for the double penalty, as Lamar Grayson set to come into the game. And Sam Coppervig set to come in as well. But it looks like for now the Viking subs will stay put. Jimmy Linus is going to step back into the game for the Jimmies. You ever wonder what it's like to play for the University of Jamestown with the first name Jimmy. I mean, that must be something unique, right? I mean, I'm assuming that. I do know one person who's actual given he was named Jimmy, not James. He was named Jimmy. I'm assuming that Jimmy Linus is probably James Linus, as both foul shots are missed. But you're playing for the Jimmies. Your name is Jimmy. I just kind of wonder if that hits different nowadays, as the kids say. Right side, Lamar Grayson. Sam Coppervig. Left side, Patcha driving against Heckner. Patcha from 12 hits it. Jaden Patcha pulling up and scoring. Patcha's having a nice night. That's double figures, and then some for Jaden Patcha. He's got 12. Vikings back with an 8, 62-54. 6:15 to play, and Silas Benyon will ask the official for a timeout. So the Jimmies will call for a stoppage with 6:12 left to go, second half. They lead by 8 over the Vikings at 62-54. Our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball continues next here on Q101 KQDJ-FM.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Timeout taken by the Jimmies with 6:12 left to go in the second half. Welcome back to Viking and Jimmy basketball on Q101 KQDJ-FM from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse in Valley City. The Jimmies inbound the basketball, leading by 8 at 62-54 over the Vikings. Owen Heckner inbound off the right sideline for Jamestown. They move right to left. For those of you on the radio side of things, Will Cordes will take the inbounds pass, looking for a screen. Cordes behind the back dribble, jumped. Odiero Lang comes out to defend him now. Silas Benyon on the right side for the Jimmies. Working left side, kick out. Walters, left corner three. That's off the front of the rim. That might be the shot the Vikings want him to take, even though he's a 41% shooter, because tonight he's been shooting where the percentage is about 80%, right underneath the basket. He's been able to muscle his way in a number of times. Vikings with the rebound. Krieger driving, redirects to the top. Odiero a ball fake off a three. Works right side for Jaden Patcha instead. Patcha back to the top for Sam Coppervig. The shot clock's at 10. Lamar Grayson driving against Anthony Walters. Turns it out to Patcha and a three. Good for Jaden Patcha. Patcha having a big second half. That will give him 15 points tonight. 9 have come after halftime. The Vikings back within 5. Driving the baseline for Heckner and a foul. Let's check the call here. This is going to go against Patcha. That'll be Patcha's fourth. Odiero Lang has 3. Patcha has 4. No one at the table for the Vikings right now. So this is how the Vikings are going to ride, it would appear. Meantime, Owen Heckner is at the foul line for the Jimmies, and he connects on the front end. Lead back to 6 at 63-57. Second on the way. Makes it a 3-possession game once again. Owen Heckner with 6 in the second half, 10 the game. And the Vikings are back down by 7, 64-57 to the Jimmies with 5 minutes to play. Coppervig in the top of the key, finding Odiero Lang. Lang a stop, back to Coppervig, and now off to the top for Tyrell Krieger. He'll swing right. Finds his way to Lamar Grayson, and a stop as Anthony Walters is going to commit a foul. Walters has his first foul tonight. So Walters commits the foul. The Vikings will get the basketball back. Grayson driving in, off to the elbow for Patcha. And now the ball comes back to Tyrell Krieger. He works inside and scores off the glass. That is Tyrell Krieger's first field goal tonight. Vikings get back to within 5. 64-59. And the Jimmies the other way for a deep three from Will Cordes. Cordes off the right wing, high arcing three-point shot. And the Jimmies are right back up by 8. So the Vikings back down 67-59. Ball with the Vikings into the front court. Tyrell Krieger stepping towards the left, got a screen from Odeir Lang. The screener rolls there, they kick out. Coppervig left alone for 3. Off the front of the rim and a rebound foul. Linus up to get it with one arm, and Odeir Lang's going to be called for his 4th. And the Jimmies will walk the length of the floor to shoot foul shots as Olang, number 4 on the night now. Lead is 8, and the Jimmies can push it back to 10 as Jimmy Linus will go to the foul line. So Linus will go to the foul line for the Jimmies, looking to push the lead back to 10, and the first is no good. It's been as big as 12, I believe, tonight. Linus with 12 on the evening. 67-59. Second foul shot is on the way, and Linus has another. 68-59. The lead is 9 for the University of Jamestown over Valley City State. A stop, Jaden Pacha finding his way to the basket. He'll score off the glass. Jaden Pacha just left alone. The Jimmies not really stepping in front of anybody cutting to the basket right now defensively. The Vikings have been able to kind of run the paint when they've had the ball offensively. It seems like the Jimmies feel like they can score with the Vikings and sort of play side-out basketball, if you know what I mean. Ball top of the key, Heckner broken up. Pacha nearly had a chance to break away with the basketball. He's looking to defend Anthony Walters and tipped it and was already running into the backcourt. Inbounds pass will come in from Owen Heckner. Heckner to Jimmy Linus on the top of the key. Back to Heckner on the right side. Silas Benyon stepping up on top. Benyon driving, kicking out. Cordes out of the corner. Reverses to Walters. Deep three from Walters with 1 on the shot clock. He nails it. Anthony Walters. Unbelievable effort tonight for Walters. He's had a huge second half. The Jimmy crowd that's here appreciates the effort. That's 15 in the second half and 23 in the game for Anthony Walters. And it's been almost effortless for him as well. Odeir Lang, left side, Lamar Grayson, driving, reverse layup, missed, and the rebound comes down underneath with Owen Heckner as the lead is back to 10 for the Jimmies at 71-61. Jimmy Linus into the front court to Silas Benyon, now Will Cordes. Cordes off towards the right sideline for Owen Heckner. Heckner a jab step, Linus, Anthony Walters with the basketball. Walters a stop, Silas Benyon working right side, defended by Pacha. Stop into the corner, Cordes driving baseline, behind the back dribble, steps to the lane, stops, falls away, and misses. And the rebound underneath the Sam Coppervig, able to get a block out against Jimmy Linus. Lamar Grayson stretching into the front court, finding Krieger, driving baseline off a bump, blocking foul. Anthony Walters with his second. And the foul will go against Walters, number 2 on the night. We're back here again tomorrow for those of you on the Vikings side of things, as we'll see a timeout taken by Valley City State with 2:20 left to go in the second half. We're back here again tomorrow. The Vikings will take on Dickinson State University. Women's and men's doubleheader. The Vikings owed the Blue Hawks one. They were tripped up by Dickinson State in women's play out on the road at Dickinson State. As that Viking pep band still loud and proud here tonight at the W.E. Osgood Fieldhouse. That women's matchup at 3, and then at 5, it's the men's matchup as the Viking men will take their crack at the first place team in the North Star Athletic Association. That coming up tomorrow from the W.E. Osgood Fieldhouse. For those of you on the Jimmy side of things, catch up tomorrow with David Burrell as he will have you at the Louis Lee Fieldhouse up in Mayville. The Vikings are with the Jimmies in Mayville State after Mayville just pummeled Dickinson State in women's basketball tonight. 95-59. Final score in that matchup. While we have the opportunity, we can try to run down some scores out of the remaining men's games that are out there tonight. Dakota State defeats Bellevue on the road this evening. 64-62. Trojans go to Omaha and win tonight. And the other matchup in men's play up in Mayville, Dickinson State, this has gone final now, defeats, or rather is beaten by Mayville State tonight by a 72-68 margin. So for those of you that are Jimmy's fans, Mayville State helped you out tonight. Dickinson State takes a loss at Mayville. If you hold on and win here, you're back down a single game for first place in the North Star. Krieger's first is good out of the timeout. Tyrell Krieger with 5. Dickinson State held to just 68 points tonight. Aiden Fischel with 13 to lead the way. They held Kosei Egbule to just 10 this evening up in Mayville. Krieger knocks down both ends, and the Vikings get back to within 8. It's 71-63. Jimmy's up front. Jimmy Linus handing off to Silas Benyon. Benyon walking the dribble laterally, parallel to the time stripe, and coming back towards the top of the key with it. Now hangs out by the logo. Steps up, deep three, about 4 feet outside the arc. Left that one strong off the heel of the rim. Rebound taken down by Tyrell Krieger. Still time for the Vikings with 1:50 to play, down 8. Krieger on top, looking left side, Jaden Patcha. Patcha stop, high and court wide, coming back to Krieger on the right. A drive in by Krieger. He looks down low, finding Lamar Grayson. Grayson falling away against Jimmy Linus, left it short. Grayson's on the floor, as is a Jimmy. I believe that's Silas Benyon. They both tumbled. And Oda Uralang had a handful of Jimmy Linus's jersey as the team transitioned back up front. Linus will take the basketball and turns it back to Will Cordes. The lead for the Jimmies is 8 with 1:20 to play in the second half. Ball on the right sideline. Heckner with the basketball, handing off to Linus. A stop. He'll move it back towards the right, finding Silas Benyon. Drive to the basket, and Lamar Grayson blocked his shot. $1:10 to go. Jimmy's will inbound with a fresh 20, but they should not have had a shot clock reset, so the officials are securing that issue, and they will determine that this is a 3 seconds remaining situation for the University of Jamestown. Inbounds pass to come in from beyond the baseline. They kind of alley-oop it in for Walters, and he had his effort partially altered, came up empty. Long play up the floor to Odiero laying on a stretch pass for the Vikings after coming with a loose basketball. Coppervig driving baseline, kicking back to Tyrell Krieger. Krieger a step back 3, hits it, and the Vikings cut the lead to 5 with 55 seconds left to go as Tyrell Krieger scores his 9th. $71-66. The Vikings back within 5 with 55 seconds left to go here in the second half. And we'll see what Valley City State can draw up defensively to try to come away with this situation here in the second matchup of the night in the final minute of it. Teams huddling on their respective benches out of the timeout. Eventful night in men's basketball. Dakota State winning tonight. Dickinson State losing tonight at the hands of Mayville State. For those of you on the video side, I'll show you the standings coming into the night. Now, those are coming into the night, so right now, Dickinson State will drop to 9-2. If the Jimmies hold on and win here, they're 8-3. And UJ putting the pressure on Dickinson State again at that point. We do know that Mayville State improves to 6-5 tonight. And with Bellevue losing to Dakota State, Bellevue will drop to 4-7. Dakota State will improve to 4-7. So 2-game edge now for Mayville State in the number 3 spot. And with Dakota State winning tonight, if the Vikings do not come back and win this matchup, they'll be 2 games outside of the number 5 spot, with the window to try to move up becoming a little bit less open, let's put it that way. Inbounds pass to Silas Benyon, who is trapped. He was able to find Will Cordes. Back to Benyon, a blocking foul coming up against Tyrell Krieger. Third on Tyrell Krieger, probably not a bad foul to give, but it does put Silas Benyon on the foul line, who is a good foul shooter for Jamestown. and a chance to push the lead back to 3 possessions. The Vikings need at least 1 miss here, and it's the double penalty. The Vikings have been in foul trouble throughout the entire second half. So Benyon goes to the foul line, and Benyon with his first is good. Gets a roll in. 16 for Silas Benyon tonight. The big night, Anthony Walters. 15 of his 23 coming after halftime. Second for Benyon is good, and that pushes the lead back to 3 possessions. And the Vikings tried to roll the ball in bounds, and they did not take a look at where people were. Will Cordes will take it away, and now time running off the clock. The Vikings have to foul, and now we got Lamar Grayson and Silas Benyon getting after it after Grayson tried to foul. Got the whistle, and then Grayson continued after the basketball, and Silas Benyon didn't like that. The official stepped in to make sure that didn't get any further escalated. Sam Coppervig kind of stepped in to talk Lamar Grayson off the ledge. And now Benyon's at the line. His first is no good. So the lead can grow to as high as 8 with 40.4 seconds left to go. Second foul shot is on the way. That one's good for Silas Benyon, and that will give him an 18-point night. 74-66, Jimmy's by 8. Tyrell Krieger into the front court. Krieger stepping right, looks to go down low with Odeir Olang. Olang spinning his way back out on top. Lamar Grayson splits the double team, got to the basket and scores. Lamar Grayson will score his 14th of the half and his 20th for the game. And the Vikings will call for timeout with 24.7 seconds left. Within 2 possessions, but will need a turnover on the ensuing inbounds pass. Most of the crowd is hung on tonight. There are a few that are beginning to move to the door now as they feel like they've seen what they needed to see tonight. And we'll see if the Vikings can give them a reason to regret leaving early, or if the Jimmies hold on and say, yep, you made the right choice. Big night tonight in women's basketball. The Vikings come from behind and defeat the University of Jamestown tonight by a final score of 77-74. Nice night tonight for Ellie Broughton. We talked about her in the pregame report as one of the players to watch for the Vikings this evening. And she had a beautiful night tonight for the Vikings, as she will end up scoring 23 points this evening for the Vikings. And Abby Oslison, a big 3 to give the Vikings the lead down the stretch. And Elise Hebrink with a cut to the basket, scoring what was effectively the game-winning bucket. The Vikings got a couple of foul shots down the stretch and forced a pair of turnovers from the University of Jamestown in the final seconds to hold on and win with their defense on the floor. Owen Heckner to inbound for the University of Jamestown. 24.7 seconds left, and the Vikings down 6, and Heckner will be fouled by Sam Coppervig. Coppervig will pick up his second personal foul. 6 points tonight for Sam Coppervig, hit a couple of threes for the Vikings. Post-game report coming up. We're going to make it a quick night tonight, as we're going to go ahead and try to put the gym together for tomorrow. First foul shot is on the way and no good. They want to come up here and get a couple of things done, so we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and recap the night and get you back into regular programming on the Q101 side. Want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. Second foul shot for Heckner is good. That will push the lead back to 3 possessions at 75-68. So the Vikings have to hurry on this trip of the floor. Krieger will take a 3 from the top. Left it short. Linus comes up with the basketball, and that's going to be the end of this one. The Jimmies will hold on and win. And with the win by Mayville State over Dickinson State tonight, the University of Jamestown is back within a game of first place in the North Star Athletic Association. Jimmies win it. Final score, University of Jamestown 75, Valley City State 68. The Vikings will drop to 2-9 inside conference play, and they will drop to 11-12 overall. The Jimmies are now 13-9 overall and 8-3 inside the league. Post-game report after a brief break, and then we'll wrap things up for tonight. This has been our coverage of Viking and Jimmy basketball. We come back to wrap it up next.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmies.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Final score tonight, 75-68. Valley City State defeated by 7 tonight by the University of Jamestown. It's a split of the evening. The Vikings will take the women's matchup by a score of 77-74, and the Viking women win 2 out of 3 against the Jimmies this season. But the Jimmy men will knock off the Vikings and make it a sweep over Valley City State this season as they come to the Fieldhouse and win once again here this evening by a final of 75-68. Final numbers in on this one, and Valley City State ends up shooting 49% from the field for the game and 47% for the Jimmies, but there was just not a whole lot of avenues to get back into a game tonight because both teams, particularly in the second half, took very good care of the basketball. The Vikings turned it over 9 times in the first half. They finished with just 3 second-half turnovers. The Jimmies finished with 4 turnovers at the end of a half, and they finished with just 4 more. So this was a game that was well played as far as holding on to the basketball, but the difference were just the mismatches that the Jimmies were able to create out there. Anthony Walters, a load to defend. The Vikings tried several players on him tonight. None of them really had a lot of success against Anthony Walters tonight, who finishes with 23 points on the evening. And Silas Benyon, rather, Jimmy Linus was a problem as well. The Jimmies had very good luck getting him isolated against players that were going to be undersized against him, and with that opportunity, Jimmy Linus was able to roll out to a big night tonight as well for the Jimmies. The numbers look like this. Anthony Walters, 23 points, 3 rebounds for the Jimmies tonight. Silas Benyon, 18 points, 15 points, 6 boards, including 3 offensive rebounds for Jimmy Linus tonight, and 11 points, 5 rebounds this evening for Owen Heckner. Other scorers included Will Cordes with 6, Cole Glasgow with 2. Only 6 scorers tonight for the Jimmies. That's what they needed, though. Lamar Grayson, 18 points, 6 rebounds to lead the Vikings this evening. Jaden Patch, a really nice second half tonight. He ends up scoring 11 in the second half and has 17 points tonight to go along with 2 rebounds for the Vikings. Odairo Lang finishes with 9. Tyrell Krieger, 9 points, 5 rebounds tonight for the Vikings. Sam Coppervig with 6 points and 4 boards. Shaheed Muhammad, 4 points, 3 rebounds. Jerome Washington with 3 and Ladarius Stanfield with 2. And again, your final score tonight in men's play is the Jimmies 75 and the Vikings 68. The Viking women win 77-74. Tomorrow, the Jimmies are at the Louis Lee Fieldhouse in Mayville to take on Mayville State University, and the Vikings are here to take on Dickinson State University tomorrow. Games at 3 and 5. Thank you for joining us this evening for Viking and Jimmy basketball on Q101. Those of you on the radio side will return you to regular programming. Those of you on the video side, thank you for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow. This has been Viking and Jimmy basketball.